And
sorry.
Here we are.
So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. Warmly welcome to join the 24-hour Global Digital Marathon on Sustainability. This big event is jointly organized by FAO and the Future Food Institute on the occasion of the 51st anniversary of the World Earth Day. The event is composed of 34 sessions, organized successively in different countries across the globe. It's indeed my great honor and privilege to moderate the China session. In fact, the China session is the fifth one of the whole events around the world. My name is Dongxin Feng, working as a program coordinator in the joint FAO AAEA Center based in Vienna. Warmly welcome you again to join the China session. As you know, the theme of the session is on sustainability, food for Earth. The topic of the China session will focus on biodiversity, food waste, and food systems transformation. In the first part of the session, the highest representatives of the co-organizers of the event, Dr. Qu Dongyu, Director General of FAO, and Ms. Sarah Rovasi, founder and president of the Future Food Institute, will deliver their introductory remarks. After that, three well-known speakers from China will speak on sustainability from different perspectives based on the topics of the China session. So now, with further ado, let's invite Dr. Qu Dongyu, Director General of FAO, to deliver his opening remarks. Dr. General, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Feng, Dongxin. Dear colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Rome. I'm pleased to be with you today at the Chinese session of 24 Hours Global Marathon for Sustainability being held on the 51st anniversary of Earth Day. Sustainability is the fundamental concept and a cross-cutting theme throughout FAO's activities and interventions and initiatives. Because feeding the world requires a more productive agricultural sector and to be more efficient. That should be and must be sustainable. But keeping the agricultural and rural development sustainable is far more academic exercises. It requires a viable design with practical and concrete measures. In that context, let me share four crucial elements with you today. First, adequate enabling policy for production, processing, trade, and investment. Second, more investment in rural areas, like improve agro-environment in the villages, the infrastructure on road, broadband, cold chain systems, and accessibility to markets. Third, a strong push for innovation and science, including social, institutional, financial, and technological innovations to produce new varieties of biotechnology and on traditional breeding, and to use other innovative products, bioproducts like biofertilizer and biopesticide and non-polluted chemicals, and so on. Fourth, partnerships and new business models to maintain trade flow and sustainable supply of food across the region, strengthen the related cooperations. Let me also stress that the real sustainability is not a modern concept, but rather inherent in the practice and the heritage of our ancestors. For thousands of years, farmers have worked in harmony with the nature and show motherland and Mother Earth respect and reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a critical moment in the time. The number of hungry people in the world has increased consistently during the last 6 years, an increase of 10 million in 2019 and nearly 69 million in the 5 years before that. It is estimated that by the end of 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic added another 132 million to the number of hungry people in the world. Child stunting remains unacceptably high, and overweight, obesity continue to increase in the rich and poor cities, and especially in the urban areas. More than 3 billion people in the world cannot afford even the cheapest healthy diets. Current consumption pattern and existing agri-food systems are contributing to the disturbingly high rate of food loss and waste, air pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, the loss of biodiversity, and constitute a growing source of inequality. This is generating severe human, economic, and environmental costs. We urgently need to do things different and act holistically to transform our agri-food systems, because soon the table will need to be set for 10 billion people on this small planet. So we have to create a new solution, find a smarter way to produce more with less inputs, while to keep in mind that there is no healthy food without a healthy environment. That is why FAO new strategy framework focuses on the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life, leaving no one behind. These four betters represent a guiding principle and an innovative business model for how FAO intends to contribute to SDG 1, no poverty, SDG 2, zero hunger, and SDG 10, reducing inequalities, as well as to supporting the achievement of a broad SDGs agenda. The four betters also reflect the interconnected economic, social, environmental dimensions of agri-food systems. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of the world biodiversity for food and agriculture clearly demonstrated that biodiversity is the essence of sustainable agri-food systems. It is essential for food security, food diversity. It is enhanced in resilience of rural communities, underpins health and nutritious diet, and improve rural livelihoods. A key challenge is to meet the growing demand for good food, feed, and fuel, while conserving biodiversity reduces the pressure on the natural resources and ecosystems. Here again, developing policy, legal framework, strengthening institutions, and building human capacity is essential. At FAO, we are driving this through our FAO strategy on mainstreaming biodiversity across agricultural sectors and in our roles as a biodiversity mainstreaming platform. We recognize the importance of promoting use of biodiversity-friendly management practice in crop, livestock, production, forestry, fishery, and aquaculture. This included the traditional management practice in situ associated with local and indigenous knowledge. Another topic of global importance is food loss and waste, which has an important impact on food security and sustainability. Let me be clear. We cannot afford food loss and waste in these globally challenging times. The COVID-19 pandemic is also a wake-up call to rethinking the way in which we produce, handle, and consume our foods. Producing food losses and waste provide a powerful means to strengthen our agri-food systems and support sustainability. Innovative business model to stop food loss and waste need to be shared with the participation of the private sector and the new approaches to financial there. FAO is supporting its members to moving from the advocacy to effective action and accountability. We support the formulation of policies and laws to reduce food loss and waste. We cooperate with a wide range of partners to improve the practice and apply innovations, and we support the efforts to transform consumers' attitude, behavior, consumption preference, and habits as they are key to the solutions. I always say consumers is a real fundamental driving force for a change of business and change the way of the consumption pattern. Addressing food waste is also moral issues as appreciated food reflecting a level of civilization and culture and responsibility at large. I invite you to visit the FAO website for relevant data and information to explore the technical platform on the measurement and the reduction of food loss and waste, and to join the digital community of practice. We should walk the talk. We should be all the food savers for the people, for this planet, for the generations to come. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the World Bank International Poverty Lines, China has contributed to over 70% of the world population reduction, meeting the poverty eradication target set out in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals 10 years ahead of the schedule. I congratulate the Chinese government and people on fulfilling this arduous task of eradicating extreme poverty by the end of 2020. With its richer biodiversity and also food diversity. Its 10,000 years of agricultural history of the concrete step taken at all levels of governance and society to confront the food waste, China is an example to follow. Because when you're saving the food, it's much easier than you produce food with all the inputs. China has made great progress in developing its food and cultural sectors and has a wealth of experience and knowledge to share with the world. I'm proud to say that the FAO China South-South Cooperation Program is a pillar of a global exchange. We thank China for its continuous generous support. And also we want to encourage all other donors and agencies to be a part of the Triangle Cooperation. The inclusion of the developing green economy as one of the key strategic priorities during the 14th 5 years plan of National Economic Social Development 2021 to 2025 period is of a great importance. I believe that the sustainable agricultural development and addressing food waste is surely become the key contributor in the ADUA. As China trusted partner, FAO will continue to provide policy advice and technical assistance on a wide range of topics, including food safety, sustainable management of agricultural resources, as well as surveillance and control of transmitted animal and plant disease and pests. I always say that China-FAO relationship should be in China, for China, and from China for the rest of the world. Dear colleagues, selecting biodiversity and food waste as a main thematic area for the Chinese session of this marathon are both timely and relevant. I look forward to listening to the speakers from Chinese academia. A lot of friends I know them personally. I think you have to be a real energetic powerhouse to push all the interface between the policy, academy, and the industry, entrepreneurship, and the civil society. Work together as a joint force, and there we can share your perspectives and experience on the biodiversity, food waste, and agro-food system transformation. I wish 24 hours global marathon on sustainability and great successful. Together, we can make it bigger. Let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Director General, for your always inspiring and insightful remarks. So thank you for reminding us the key elements for sustainability, including science innovation, enabling policy, and investment to rural area, and others, for example, new models you highlighted. So, and also you call us to do things differently and holistically. And also you highlighted the importance of better biodiversity, reduction of food waste, and sustainability. And you emphasize what FAO has been done in terms of take the lead to achieve the SDGs, to assist members to achieve the SDGs. Most importantly, you underlined the food systems transformation is at the center of the new FAO strategic framework, contributing to the four betters, better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. And also, at the end of your presentation, you valued the contribution of China in fighting hunger and eliminating the food insecurity and malnutrition, including the role of the FAO China South-South Cooperation Program. Thank you, DG, again. And now let's turn to Ms. Sarah Rawasi, founder and president of the Future Food Institute. Sarah, please take the floor. Thank you.
Xie. I'm super glad to be with you. It's really a pleasure. Director General, thank you for your inspiring word. And I have to say thank you for what FAO is doing. I'm very, very, very proud that our organization is jointly working with FAO since several years, really to empower people and spread knowledge around the world. Because if we want to accelerate this transition that is needed, as you were saying, we need really to implement the SDG number 17 and join forces between public sector, private sector, young innovators, scientists, academics. Everyone should take this responsibility. So today, I'm really proud to lead this organization of the marathon together with FAO, because we will have the opportunity not only to connect the voices of people that are working every single day within the food system, really to implement those innovations that are needed, but also we are going to connect people that are doing actions on the ground. We started this morning very early from Australia, and then we started connecting scientists all over Asia. Then we're going to go to explore the Mediterranean area, Europe and Africa, and then the Americas. We are talking with indigenous community. We are going to talk with ministers from all over the world. Youth, because also this summer, I know in Rome, we are going to host a lot of youth that are really pushing forward this transition that is needed. And today we're going to talk about the connection between food and earth. Food for Earth, actually, has been a project that we started together with FAO, with the FAO eLearning Academy. And now I want to just take a few minutes because I think that the world needs to know the work that FAO is doing. This is what inspired me to invest all our energies to support what FAO is doing. The FAO eLearning Academy is a huge source of knowledge, available, accessible, for free, for everyone in the world. And if we want to move towards the transition that is needed, we need to educate people, empower people, and spread knowledge around the world. So joining forces with the FAO, we started developing this concept of Food for Earth. Food for Earth is, let's say, a framework where we are analyzing the SDGs under the concept of integral ecology. As DG was saying before, everything is interconnected. When we talk about ecology, we're talking about the political ecology, the economical ecology. We're talking about the ecological aspects, but also about human and the social aspects. So we strongly believe that we need to help the world to understand the complexity behind the food system, because what we are facing now is a climate crisis, but also is a very strong and deep social crisis. So this is what we are doing. And we strongly believe that the priorities, as the DG was saying, are pretty clear. We need now to protect biodiversity. And our countries, I'm saying our countries because, as you know, I'm an Italian. I'm broadcasting now from Pollica, who's the capital of the Mediterranean diet, the UNESCO capital of the Mediterranean diet. Not by chance we decided to broadcast from here. This is a symbol for us because, as the DG was saying, implementing sustainable development, sustainable lifestyle, this is one of the crucial aspects. So empowering people to understand how to eat in a sustainable way, but also protecting biodiversity. And we are embedded now in the natural park of Cilento, that is protecting the biggest variety of biodiversity in Europe. So again, we want to show that there are places where we are protecting biodiversities. And also, we need to tackle the food and loss issue. Food and loss is another critical issue. Makes no sense. This is a huge paradox. 1/3 of the food produced goes wasted. And now industries are working. There are industries that are implementing amazing strategies, saving food losses, but also people during the pandemic have been more focused on what they are wasting. And finally, they are moving towards this change. I want to remember that September 29th is going to be another important day because FAO is celebrating the World Day of Awareness about food loss and waste. And this is a critical issue that we're going to support for sure. Last but not least, moving this transition towards more sustainable practices in fisheries, in agriculture, because world resources are not endless. So we need to care about the resources that are available. Now, I want to leave the stage to all our super distinguished guests from China. And I want to invite you in the new campus that we are going to open. That is the campus that is already hosting the boot camps that FAO is running with our institute, because we are training food and climate shapers. And the campus is here in Pollica. So I want to welcome all of you to come and visit us and get to know the FAO eLearning Academy. And thank you so much for the incredible work your organization is doing, because everything starts from food.
Thank you so very much, Sarah, for your encouraging remarks. I know that you highlighted the importance of all the elements related to the China session, including biodiversity, food loss and waste, and the food systems. And also you underlined the SDG 17 partnerships. So you valued a lot of the FAO partnerships with the Future Food Institute. Especially the partnerships with the eLearning Academy to advocate the issues facing the food and agriculture. Thank you again, Sarah. So I believe that the introductory remarks did by Dr. Qu Dongyu and Sarah have set the stage so vividly for us to move to the next session. So with this, it's really my pleasure to invite the first speaker from China. So our first speaker is Dr. Shenggen Fan. He is the Dean of the Academy of the Global Food Economics and Policy from the China Agricultural University. I believe that many of us know him from when he worked in the IFPRI as the former Director General. So the topic of Shenggen will focus on food systems transformation. Shenggen, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Dongxin, and greetings to Dr. Qu, FAO DG, and Sarah. I think it's so great that the Future Food Institute and FAO are co-organizing this marathon for Earth for Food. So I'm going to talk about food system transformation. So the food system is defined from every elements, actors, players in the whole value chain of different kinds of food, from inputs to production, technology, processing, harvesting, retailing, wholesaling, consumption, health, nutrition, and health. But it also includes the externalities of the food system, like natural resources, climate change, and health, nutrition and health. So the food system is much broader than the food value chain. So our current food system is not sustainable. It does not produce adequate, healthy diets for everybody in the world. So we need to transform our food system. Here in China, we are facing similar challenges: the natural resource degradation, water pollution, and in the meantime, the different forms of malnutrition. So China has succeeded in eliminating malnutrition, undernutrition, undernourishment, like zero hunger, as well as poverty. So by 2020, the poverty is eliminated. When poverty is eliminated, so hunger, by definition, is also being eliminated. However, there are certain forms of malnutrition, particularly hidden hunger, lack of micronutrients, and overweight obesity is rising. Natural resource degradation continue to haunt us here in China. But the good news is the Chinese government has made lots of commitments. On the health side, Health China 2030. On the natural resource management side, the red line of the land production, 1.8 billion mu of land will be protected, and to guarantee the 600 million tons of grain production and carbon neutrality by 2060. So President Xi Jinping made that commitment, and that commitment really inspired the whole world to make sure that we work together to tackle some of the challenges we all face. So to move forward, here for China, as well as for other countries, we needed to transform 4 things in order to transform our food system. Number 1 is to transform our governance. So our governance now is structured vertically: food, agriculture, environment, health, and so on. So they are in silo. If you wanted to tackle the food system challenges, you needed to bring the governance of the whole food system together. So can we create a coordination mechanisms at the Prime Minister's office or President's office to coordinate food, agriculture, water, land, nutrition, climate change, and so on? So transforming the government. Second is to transform the technologies. I think right now our technology only has maybe one objective, for example, enhancing yield or protecting natural resources or improving nutrition. But we wanted to make sure that our future technology will have multiple wins. Win on yield, win on nutrition, win on the climate resilience, and win on saving water and land, or win on, let's say, zero carbon or reducing carbon emissions. So multiple wins. So we needed to evaluate our technology in the future to make sure that they satisfy all these criteria. So the trade-offs are not going to work. So number 3 is to transform policy. So right now, we are spending $700 billion in subsidizing production, agricultural production. So these subsidies do not produce healthy, nutritious foods. They also overuse natural resources like water and land. So we need to reform them. We need to repurpose them to use that money to promote multiple wind technologies I have already mentioned, to promote the production of healthy, nutritious, and sustainable foods, and the value chain development. So that policy must be transformed. So number 4 is to transform the international collaboration. I think right now the global system is still very much dominated by the northern countries. I think the voice of emerging economies, China, India, Brazil, needs to be further lifted. The South-South cooperation, Belt and Road initiatives to really increase the voice of the emerging economies, transition economies, to make sure that we can all work together. So finally, as economists, I also think the economists needs to embrace the food system approach. So I wanted to be a bit critical to my fellow economists. So right now, they have not embraced the externalities of the food production. So they have not, let's say, analyzed the benefit and the cost of the food system transformation instruments, technologies, and policies. They have not used the political economy approach to analyze why certain policies have not been implemented in transforming the food system. And the economists should also use the methods, for example, modeling, econometrics, to help to guide the food system transformation. So I think finally, we all have to change our behavior. So when we eat our next meal, let's make sure that we not only consider our nutrition and health, but also environment. Coming back to our diets, here in China, in my own province, in Jiangsu, we have this so-called Huaiyang or Southern Chinese diet. You know, enough elderly live up to 100 years old, but they eat rice, seafoods, vegetables, fruits. They do not consume much red meat. They do not consume even milk, but they can live very long. So we needed to find our healthy nutritious diet for ourselves, similar to Mediterranean diet, maybe even better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shengen, for your impactful presentation. So in your presentation, a lot of very interesting points raised in your presentation, including the progress made in China in food systems transformation and the key challenges for this transformation. Most importantly, your insightful recommendations in terms of the food systems transformation in China is so meaningful. There's no doubt that the experience and the lessons learned in China in terms of the food systems transformation is of great importance at the global level. Thank you again, Shengen. So biodiversity and the reduction of food waste are most related to food systems transformation. So with this, let's move to the next part of the presentations. So the next speaker is Dr. and Professor Qingwen Yang. He is from the Institute of Crop Science of the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences, CAAS. So Qingwen, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Dongxin. I will share the screen. Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Following, I will introduce agrobiodiversity conservation in China. I will give the presentation as the following 4 parts. The first part is current status. China is recognized to be the megadiversity country and with 5,000 years civilization. And it is also one of the 8 origin centers of crops and 3 origin centers of agriculture in the world. The long history of agricultural production made China with a very abundant agrobiodiversity at the ecosystem, species, and genetic levels. Sorry. There are more than 1,300 species of cultivated crops and 1,900 species of wild relatives of crops. It is estimated that there are about 1 million accessions of crops. The livestock and aquatic resources, the resources also are very abundant. Next, we'll introduce the progress in China. Generally, conservation of agrobiodiversity in China began from 1950s when Chinese government organized the collection and the conservation of genetic resources of crops and livestock. Since then, many laws and regulations have been issued. For example, the seed law, the agriculture law, etc. The Ministry of Agriculture also issued the action plan for agrobiodiversity conservation in 1993. Agrobiodiversity conservation in China also includes 3 levels: ecosystem, species, and genetic levels. Generally, at the ecosystem level, the conservation activities mainly combined with agricultural development, not purely on conservation. The conservation of species and the genetic resources are also combined together. The achievements of agrobiodiversity conservation at present, there are more than 520,000 accessions of crops and 585,000 accessions of livestock and 650,000 accessions of aquatic varieties were conserved. Because I'm working on crops, so next I will mainly focus on the crop genetic resources. And for the connection actions of crop genetic resources, there are 3 rounds of collections. The first round was taken in 1950s. The second round was taken in 1980s. The third round is from 2015. Now it is still ongoing. The in-situ conservation in gene banks. At present, China has already constructed 1 long-term, 1 copied, and 10 mid-term gene banks at the national level, and also constructed 15 mid-term gene banks at the provincial level. Total 440,000 accessions of genetic resources have been preserved, and generally, the cereal seeds can be preserved for more than 50 years, and the oil seeds can be also preserved for about 30 years. For in situ conservation in field gene banks, there are 43 field gene banks at the national level established for preserving vegetative crops. More than 80,000 accessions have been preserved. For the in-situ conservation, we mainly focus on wild relatives of crops. There are 2 approaches. The first is a physical isolation approach, and the mainstreaming approach. From 2001 to 2020, 217 in-situ conservation sites have been established, which covered 56 species. The physical isolation approach, we tried using the 3 kinds of isolation facilities: the solid fences, and the brick walls, and also plant fences. The 3 kinds of methods have their advantages and disadvantages, and all of them have the main problem because. For example, the isolation facilities should be repaired and maintained annually, and the target species might lack of competition ability with other species. Therefore, we tried another approach. It's called the mainstreaming approach. This we tried this approach, sponsored by Jeff. We selected 3 species of wild relatives of crops: wild rice, wild soybean, and wild wheat. For example, in Yunnan, we tried to conservation wild rice. We selected one site. In this area, the wild rice had the wild rice faced very dangerous threats. And for the project, we made the incentive mechanism. It's called the establishment of incentive mechanism oriented by eradicating threat factors. We also made the strategy, including policy and regulation, alternative livelihood, financial incentive, and raising awareness. we thought it is very important to do alternative livelihood for farmers to improve their livelihood and their awareness. So we helped farmers to construct the roads and the irrigation facilities, and also help farmers to plant economic crops instead of only rice. And we also help them to construct feeding facilities to make farmers to get more income. The capacity building, we carried out propagation, training, and education, especially for young people. After several years implementation in this area, the farmers' income has increased from about 2,000 RMB in 2007 and to about 9,000 RMB in 2018. The young people had better education. For example, there was no college student before 2007, but there were 9 college students in 2018. More importantly, the wild rice here growing better. So the effectiveness of the project is very good. Finally, I will give some suggestions for the future. First, we'd like to continue to conduct and institute conservation more genetic resources to avoid the disappearing in the world. And the research and the application of the combination of both approaches of in-situ conservation with a sustainable way. And finally, to strengthen the management of agrobiodiversity with more applicable legislation, more criteria, and more techniques to ensure conservation sustainability. This is my report. Thank you very much.
It's made in China in the plant or crop genetics conservation is very impressive, and thank you for reminding us the policy and the capacity, the importance of those areas in the biodiversity conservation. Thanks again, Qingwen. Let's move to the next speaker, the Professor and Dr. Shenghui Chen from the Institute of Geographic Science and Natural Resources Research of the China Academy of Sciences, CAS. The floor is yours, Shenghui. So
thank you.
Please keep your presentation within 7 minutes, if possible. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Dongxin. Hello, everybody here. It's so nice for me to participate in this very great marathons action by the FAO and FFI. So for the agenda of the Chinese sessions, we focused on the food waste and the food loss. So they are just mentioned by the DG and Sarah. So the food loss and food waste, I think that's very important issues for the sustainable development of the food systems. So when we're talking about the food loss and food waste in China. So I think that's very critical issues for the big countries. So but the elements or components of the food loss and food waste in China is very different from the Western developing countries. This is a very simple, simply comparison with EU. In China, the food waste and food loss occurred mainly in the catering, and also the in EU, European, the household food waste is very serious problems. And also the household in China is very little. Another comparison is between China and the US. The elements of the food loss and food waste. In China, the data is something different with the USA, but in China, the serious waste or lost and vegetable waste and lost is very big. Also in the meats. But on the US, the dairy waste and lost is very important issues. So the another critical data for to describe the food waste and loss in China. The first is our team's work that's shown is about around 70 to 18 million tons of the food was wasted every year. And another figures data is about Chinese household food waste is very little. And on the total food waste and the lost in China, the another research result shows that over 120 million tons of the food is waste. This in a consumption stage. And another work is our teams by the food system study. See, that result shows about 27% of the China's total food produced was lost and waste from the during 2040 and 2018. In a category food waste and lost. So the business banquet, social dining, and also the events related consumptions is among the top areas on the food waste. I think that's very special in China. And also the students, the food waste occurred in a school, universities is very big issues that which has been overlooked for a long time. So recent years, there are so many scientists involved in these areas. And for the reasons is very complicated. So you know the Chinese have a long history cultures of the food. So the food waste and lost something is very close related to our culture, particularly in the fish. We call them the fish culture. That's very big reasons. And also the university canteens, restaurants, household, they do many work, but this something constrained. For the progress, I think that's very big progress in China. So the President Xi Jinping in recent years firmly called for the seafood and opposing waste. On the other hand, the National People's Congress last year, they are drafting the anti-food waste law of the People's Republic of China, hopefully be enacted in these years. I think that's very important. And also the under this direction, the many ministry, local government, and industrial association involved in this action. For the research, I think the systematic research is very important for us to describe the different stage and the different lost and different waste. That's very important for the scientific work. This is our works. We do this work from the production to consumption, the different stage. How about the loss and waste? That's the image. And also the progressive media, I think, very important in China. Recent years, the medium give their great efforts to this. I'm very pleased to involve in these programs. And also the social society participation, I think, very important. Restaurants, canteen, hotels, communities, they do their works for reducing the food waste and promoting sustainable lifestyles. And also the under these all respectful efforts, so in China, the people's awareness and the knowledge, for example, the food resources, how to reduce the food waste, how to build the very civil lives there, that's very increased very dramatically. About the practice action, I think that's very important. In different places, local governments, they do their very good works. For example, in Beijing, the campaign, and that's mean clear your plate, mean empty your plate, and also the rules, caterings, punishments, and also the N+1, N+2 orderings. So that's very different actions, which is very effective. And for the totally for the China, I think we do from different aspects to give their efforts from the science and the technology, the restaurant, the canteen, different media institutions. That's the systematic approach is very important. So for the Chinese experience for FAO, the suggestions and recommendations, I think the four aspects are very important. First, in the systematic research, they ask the scientists to provide a very data to support the policymakers, and also the dissemination of the science awareness. That's very important. Policies and legislation, I think now is starting in China, I think, which is very, very important to reduce the food waste, and also the participation of the public. I think that's very important. Also the supervision. If we can see the Chinese experience, I think the four aspects is very important for the next step to reduce food and loss. Thank you.
So to address food insecurity and malnutrition. Thank you very much again for your very insightful presentation. And there's no doubt that the experience from China is of very meaningful to the other countries. Thank you very much again. Before I hand over to Ms. Sarah Savasi to close the session, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our DG Director General, Ms. Qi Rongyu, and Sarah for their great support to this event, especially for the China session. And also, I want to thank all the speakers. Thank you so very much for your great contribution and insightful ideas and suggestions in terms of the biodiversity, induction of food reduction, and food systems transformation. So with further ado, in terms of the time limitation, let me just hand over the floor to Sarah to conclude the session. Sarah, the floor is yours. Sarah? So in fact, Sarah, DG has left because he has another urgent commitment. So the floor is yours for concluding the
Thank
China
you
session.
so much. Thank you so much. We are very, very glad to have been with you in China and highlighting how much science can advance the move that we need to approach this decade of action, a decade of action to achieve the SDGs of the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. Thank you. And now we are going to move forward in the next country because we are ready to welcome our colleagues from China and Japan. Sorry. Thank you. And I want to welcome on stage Chris Krause and the distinguished guest coming from Japan. Okay, they are coming. So we are very excited actually to be in Japan. Why? Because in Japan, our Future Food Institute started 2 years ago, a Future Food Living Lab. And we decided to pick Japan for many different reasons. As well as China and many Asian countries, we found their millennial traditions. When we talk about food, we talk also about the balance between humans and nature and sustainable lifestyle. So I think it's time to welcome our friends from Japan and the guests that are going to share best practices and innovations coming from there, a country that is ready to host also very important happenings this year. Of course, under the lens of the global pandemic, but anyway, the Olympic torch relay already started in Japan. There's going to be the Olympic Games and many other important things like the Nutrition Summit. So please, Chris, join me on stage and I leave you the lead of the Japanese section.
Okay, thanks so much, Sarah. I appreciate it. And thank you guys for joining us. And I'm hoping that everyone is in the room. I believe so. Are we all ready to go? Yeah. So, okay, sounds good. Sorry about that. So yeah, as Sarah mentioned, we'll be kicking off from Japan. We're breaking it up into 2 different sessions today. So first we'll have a presentation from Ferda Gelegen of Unido ITPO, talking about some really cool and interesting Japanese technologies in the agri-food sector, which are kind of making their way around the world. And then we'll go into a roundtable discussion with 5 different people who are all approaching sustainability and food systems change from very different kind of perspectives. So we're going to have a pretty interesting roundtable discussion after the presentation from Ferda, and I'll allow all the guests to kind of give a proper intro to themselves and some of what they're working on. And first, once we're able to send it over to Ferda. I'll just waiting for 1 minute, but we can kind of get his session going. So quickly, while we're waiting, I can just kind of speak to a little bit about my background, what I'm working on in Japan. So I'm working for Future Food Institute here in Japan on the Kyobashi Living Lab project. So we have a series of multi-use food spaces in the Kyobashi area. Through our partnership with Tokyo Tetemono, and we're kind of bringing the activities and events and projects focused on the core pillars of education, community building, and innovation. So kind of everything that Future Food is focusing on in Italy, in the States, globally, basically everywhere, and launching the Japan branch, which has happened over the past year and a half. So we're kind of getting things going now and doing a variety of online events such as this one, and then also working on some offline events that we've been doing some little by little and kind of taking it as it goes with the pandemic. But we're excited to have the guests with us today, and I am Is Ferda on the line or ready to go? Okay, I believe
Chris?
so. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry.
We were in the room with some other guests, and then we heard there was another link, so I just came in this link now.
Oh, okay. Sorry for the trouble.
No, there was a confusion on our side, probably. Okay. So
Yeah,
am I supposed to go ahead, or?
Yeah, if you don't mind giving an intro and then kind of the presentation whenever you're ready. We can hear you okay, so
Okay, so I can go now, right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yep.
All right, so let me just share my screen. And can you see it, Chris? Chris, can you see my presentation?
No, not yet.
Oh, you can't. Oh,
just one second.
Okay. Then sorry about that. I practiced before, but let's see. This is the screen. Okay. Here we go. Just a moment. I think now we have it. Can you see it now?
Yep. Now all good.
Okay, great. Yep. Okay, right, great. So I think I will start. So good morning to everyone in Europe, I assume, and good evening somewhere else in the world, and good afternoon in Tokyo. My name is Ferda Gallagher. I'm from UNIDO, UN Agency for Industrial Development, and I was invited today to give a presentation on the technologies for sustainable agribusiness management, which we work on here in Tokyo. So I'd like to quickly give an overview. So first of all, a little bit about UNIDO. UNIDO, for those who may not know, is the UN Organization for Industrial Development, which was established during the rapid era of industrialization in the 60s to 70s, etc. Like Japan and Germany, many countries were industrializing, of course. And what happened is that the developing countries who needed help at the time, they requested to have a UN agency to address industrial development for the creation of industries, jobs, eradication of poverty, etc. So that's how we came about. And we were established in '66 in New York, working under UNDP at the beginning. And in 1985, we became the 16th UN specialized agency, which is a separate, let's say, group of agencies which are called specialized agencies. And we have been headquartered in Vienna since then, since 1985. And we have around 50 plus offices around the world, and 23 in Africa to be exact. We cover a lot of business in Africa, and we also have 3,000 or more staff, including consultants. SDG 9, which is Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, was actually is a goal which was designed or indicated with UNIDO in mind, because this is UNIDO's work. And when we say industry, and especially in this context today, it's food industry, it covers a lot of various areas of agribusiness or agri-food, but it is not, does not cover agriculture as such, which is more Food and Agriculture Organization's area. And our Director General, you can see here, is Mr. Lee Yong. He's finishing his second term this year, and so on. So UNIDO's 3 priority areas are here: creating shared prosperity. This is allowing youth and women's entrepreneurship to flourish in developing countries. Also addressing food security and technical training issues. The second one is advancing economic competitiveness. This is quite important because countries which need to develop, they need to improve their trade capacity so they can trade and invest, and also come up with innovation and being able to invite technology and creation of jobs. So this is a big area we work in. This is the area we work in from Japan, actually. And safeguarding the environment that deals with climate change, green industry, clean technologies, and eco-industrial parks as such. And The environment is also handled, as you know, by UNEP, for example, UN Environment Program. However, we get involved because we're closest to industry and private sector, which actually is a source of course, pollution and environmental concerns. So we try to address those needs. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is extremely crucial for poverty alleviation in developing countries. And quickly about UNIDO in Tokyo. So we are called ITPO, which is Investment Technology Promotion Office. It's a little bit technical, but what we do is basically promote Japanese investment and technology from Japan here to all developing countries. We have a small staff of around 24, and we also have 4 staff including 4 staff in Africa, actually. And our sponsors are the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Japan, for which we're very grateful. We're headquartered at the UNU. Those who know Tokyo and Japan might know it. We're there. And what we do basically is we try to network and create business matching opportunities between demand from developing countries, so whether it's private sector or government sector, and Japanese businesses. So we first do the networking and matching, and then we help with negotiation as well. And we go on to implementation, where we try to see the actual projects come to fruition. This has nothing to do with food here. This picture is Yazaki Corporation, which is an auto parts manufacturer, but we cover a wide range of industries, not only agri-food, but I just wanted to put that there. So we also do a program called Technology Transfer, and this is actually a database called STEP. It's a Sustainable Technology Promotion Platform, and it has at the moment 118 technologies from 101 Japanese companies. 39 of these are in the agri-food or agri-business area. Again, we don't deal directly with agriculture as such, but how to preserve food or how to create conditions for the better production of vegetables or fruits or those types of items, and also about energy saving products for food processing and so on. You can find details in our database here. I'm going to give you today 2 examples. One is something we call innovative food freezing technology by a company called Mars Company here in Japan. So they have a technology called Kuraban. It's a refrigeration and freezer technology with advanced application, which maintains food freshness up to 3 to 10 times longer than regular refrigeration technologies. And this can be used for storing various kinds of foods, such as especially seafood, meats, fruits, etc., which may need longer storage. And this technology is extremely beneficial when food can be damaged by normal thawing process. So this technology skips the thawing process, so therefore avoids cellular damage to the food. The impacts are increased to the quality of food, preventing waste when food decomposes, and also encouraging sanitation. Already the technology this company has is supplied to many countries, including advanced countries, but also including countries like Morocco, for example, or Thailand, which are emerging countries. And we work with them to try to introduce technology to other developing countries as well. And another case I'd like to share with you is about waste recycling from rice husk. So it's a rice, of course, is a commodity which is grown in many, many countries in Asia, Africa, even in Latin America, etc. So it's used a lot, as you know. Like in Africa, many people eat rice as their main food intake. And so there's a lot of rice husk waste. And so this company called Tromso Company Limited invented this grind mill technology which uses underutilized rice husks in such countries and turns them into fuel, which can be used for cooking. This process is quite simple. going through grinding and compressing rice husks and coming up with the briquettes. No binders or adhesives or chemicals are needed for the process. And another good side effect is that what is produced as a cooking fuel can replace firewood or charcoal, which is helping the environment a lot in the countries where this is processed. So far we have supplied this kind of technology to, especially in Africa, to Madagascar, Nigeria, and Tanzania. These are 3 projects that we followed. And you can see here at the bottom of your screen the process and also simple technology and the end product that we get. Such technologies can be useful to promote the agribusiness aspect of food industry. We have many other technologies also which deal more with soil conditioning or water usage and so on. And also innovative technologies for growing foods in dry areas, for example, where water is not so much available. So these are the types of technologies that we deal with. Actually, I wanted to show you a video, but I understand that I cannot get the sound, so it won't be very interesting. So what I'd like to do is, let me just skip to the last slide here. I'd like to invite you to check our website here in the middle, where the technologies are listed in much more detailed way. And also you have some of the videos that you can watch for yourself. And I would invite you to watch those videos. So as a summary, I'd like to say that private sector investment in technology transfer is really important for developing countries to foster poverty alleviation. I think we're talking mainly here, I'm talking mainly about the developing countries, but when we talk even about developed countries like Japan, I also think private sector involvement in the food industry and how to deal with the private sector is very important when we deal about sustainability and also waste and so on. And working with such industries can encourage better and more balanced sustainable food production, consumption, and recycling, we believe. I think it's fair to say consumers and producers share the same future in terms of sustainability of the planet. So we really have to work together, all actors and stakeholders, to try to reach the SDGs that we are trying to realize by 2030. So with that, I'd like to thank you, and I will give it back over to Chris. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Freda. Appreciate it. And sorry, the video might have been a little bit troublesome on this one, but yeah. Encourage everyone to go check out the video from the link. That's quite a cool.
Yeah, I'll put the link on the chat as well so that people can see it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay, if the host might allow all the other guests in for the roundtable session, so we can get that going. Cool. Okay. Cool. Looks like Everett's in a nice location outside somewhere.
Yeah, well, it's Earth Day, so celebration. So
right, that was
at least I could bring a little bit of nature into the equation.
Definitely, that's the right move. Okay, cool. So before we kind of hop into some of the questions, some of the discussion, I just wanted to kind of give you guys a chance to present yourselves and kind of some of what you focus on, some of what you're interested in or working on. So maybe if we can start with Momoko Nakamura, if you don't mind going first.
Sure. Hello. I am a former television producer for food shows, mostly in the US and the UK. And my current work is really focused on cultural conservation and storytelling from the Japanese countryside. I use various mediums, which include writing, video, audio. These sorts of discussions are my favorite. And trying to kind of connect the dots of the food system to have a more vibrant communication about it domestically and also internationally. So I look forward to our conversation. Thank you.
Cool, thank you. And maybe next we can, we'll go with Professor Enrico Traversa, if you don't mind giving a quick intro.
Sure, thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm scientific and technology counselor at the Italian Embassy in Tokyo, but in my previous life, I am a professor in material science and technology. I used to work in the University of Rome Tor Vergata, having collaboration in Japan since 1992. So I first came to Japan at that time. And from 2009 to 2012, I used to work as a principal investigator at the WPI Institute Materials for Nanoarchitectonics at the National Institute for Material Science in Tsukuba. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you. Thanks very much. Okay, maybe next we can go over to Everett Brown.
Okay, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been in Japan for about 30 years. I came over as a photojournalist. I did a lot of ethnographic work in the countryside of Japan. And during my time here, I established one of the earliest sustainable communities. We had a farm-to-table restaurant, a learning center for young people to come and to learn about agrarian living. And the name of the community is Browns Field. Since then, I've established the Kyoto Kaisho Foundation. And the role of the foundation is to support rural communities around Japan, to help them to identify their strong points, in order to really to develop, especially I think, what's important is develop a sense of local pride. And this goes into the agricultural sector as well as the other economic sectors. And I'll talk more about that later once we get into the discussion. And I notice it's a little bit bright here. I'm actually at a Shinto shrine near Mount Fuji. And I chose this location today just to bring a little bit of nature into the conversation.
Very cool. Thank you for doing so. Yeah.
My pleasure.
Thanks very much. And next, Miyoshi-san, I believe you're in now. If you don't mind giving an intro, thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Miyoshi. I think I should be outside, but sorry for being inside. But yeah, my name is Miyoshi, and I am Vice President of Bioform Organics Asia, which is the movement, international movement of supporting and leading organic agriculture in the worldwide. And from Asia, especially, we work closely to the local governments and also youth and women. So, and I personally work for local governments in Japan, especially I live in Chiba Prefecture in Kisarazu, and I supported to my city to declare organic city. And as I believe Brown-san lives or in the Isumi city, which is also a very organic place. But yeah, we work together. And I think today's topic is kind of like how to support or revitalize communities. And I think it's really important for the people who can connect it into the local. And the sustainability is, I think it's from the local community. So thank you.
Cool. Thanks very much. Yeah. To that point a little bit. So why don't we I wanted to kick off maybe with talking about some local communities and maybe rural kind of culture and agriculture in Japan, and maybe some of what that some learnings from that, which might be applicable for the rest of Japan, but then also internationally. Because I think sometimes in Japan, you know, from what I've seen so far in our work, oftentimes companies or you know, key players in the food space are looking outside and externally for answers, and this is to an extent normal to happen in all industries. But I think there are also so many crucial and important things from Japan which are worth you know, highlighting and getting on a larger scale, not only domestically but also internationally. And I know, Momoko, you've done kind of some work around that, and frankly, I think everyone on the call has. But Momoko, maybe, and Everett, if you guys can kind of speak to what some of the top, you know, best practices might be from what you've seen from rural producers or actors in Japan, and some lessons we can all learn from there.
Yes, Everett, do you mind kind of leading the way?
Yeah, sure. It'll be my pleasure. I think you're right, Chris, that you know, a lot of Japanese companies, especially food companies, are not really getting on the ball in terms of you know, developing the food resources that are available here in Japan and exporting them. I think one of the most interesting examples is what I see with some of the sake makers who are exporting fermented rice drinks, which in Japanese is called amazake, and these amazake rice drinks have a lot of potential, not only in the first world, but also the way of making it, of using natural enzymes and yeast, can be something that can be brought into the third world in order to address some of the food issues that we find especially in rural areas. I'll just go a little bit further on that. The quality of the amazake drink is that, you know, it has a living enzyme in it, and so say for example, it could be a very good drink for babies and for young children. It's very nourishing. It really enhances the intestinal flora and fauna, and it also it's incredibly nutritious, easily digestible, so it can also be used for elderly people as well. So I think it'd be interesting. You know, since we have people from the UN here, to consider, you know, the possibility of introducing this technology from Japan into developing countries, especially in their rural areas.
Thank you, Everett. Yeah, I agree that, you know, one of my greatest passions really is to empower Japanese people to stand up and say that there are really great concepts and practices that are currently being done or have historically been done, and export that wisdom to the world. Japanese people, just in terms of like a cultural personality perspective, tend to be a little bit more, you know, giving to other people's opinions, and are extremely well poised and skilled to import all of the great ideas that exist around the world. But these nuggets of really great practices that are happening in Japan have a resounding kind of possibility and opportunity to create well and extremely healthy communities worldwide. Part of my work in doing this is traveling across the Japanese countryside and visiting with rice farmers who are practicing traditional natural farming methodologies. And I know that there is loads of conversation around regenerative agriculture, and agroecology, and these new terms that are getting a lot of buzz these days. But in fact, Japan has been practicing these methodologies for centuries, 2,000 years to be exact. And it's only in these recent decades that chemical farming and conventional farming has become more, widely incorporated. So kind of getting into our grandmother's kitchens and our grandfather's farms, I think, is what's going to not only support the well-being of Japan, but also give those initial hints to what can happen internationally.
Momoko, I really agree with you. And I'm just thinking of the great farmer Fukuoka Masanobu and his book, The One Straw Revolution, that was a Bible for organic farmers all over the world. But unfortunately, he's not even really known here in Japan, except within the organic farming community. And so there is a lot of potential. And I think, getting back to, the example of the amazake drinks, that the fermentation culture in Japan, so much of that has been really highly developed here. Originally it came from China, but it has, really been perfected here. And I think that there's a lot of opportunity to introduce not only the deep philosophical farming practices that Fukuoka and other natural farmers are practicing, to introduce these more to the West, but also after the food has been harvested, the fermented food culture, and we know that a lot of these fermented foods have already been introduced to the first world, but I think there's still a lot of potential for it to be introduced into developing countries.
Yeah. Thank you, guys, and anyone can feel free to hop on. But while we're kind of discussing a little bit about what was mentioned about kind of some of the I guess not only traditional kind of regenerative and organic agricultural practices in Japan, and I was just kind of wondering, so maybe from a policy perspective, Miyoshi, I know you've worked in that realm a good amount, often around organics, both in Japan and I believe as well some outside of Japan with IFOAM Asia, and if you could kind of talk us through a little bit about what if there are any positive signs in terms of regulation or policy change that's encouraging and supporting natural farming or regenerative farming or those kind of methods in Japan, or what the outlook is kind of currently.
Okay, yeah. So there was a big news for Japanese that the Minister of Agriculture, MAF, they came out with some strategy. We called it Midori no Shokuryo System Senryaku. And Midori actually stands for Measures for Achievement for Decarbonization and Resilience with Innovation. So they try to achieve the zero emission by 2050. And they came up with the strategy for example, cut half of food waste, or bring organic farming over 25% of the farmland in Japan, and which is quite ambitious, but we're kind of excited about it. And we really hope it's quite really ambitious when, if I say, Now it's 0.3% of farmland in Japan is organic. So it's quite really a big goal, but we believe we can achieve that in a few decades. But despite of the good news, I think we have a lot of challenges. And for example, there are less and less farmers. The population of farmers are decreasing rapidly, and it's aging. So I think 6% of farmers in Japan are over 65 years old, which is quite amazing, right? So 80, 70, even 90 years old farmers are really the powerful in Japan, and we trying to support young comers to come in, but it's difficult for them to get the land or learn how to practice. So that's big challenges we have. But in terms of the policy, I think the government is now switched to the direction. And also they are supporting local governments, because local governments is where the field is, exist. And so we means the movements work together with the government, and we trying to support those people in the local. And there are many young people in Tokyo actually really interested in to get into the agricultural sectors. But those people never do the farming or never lived in the countryside, and they're many of them go there and had a difficulty to live up or keep up farming or live in the society, small communities. So, but I believe there are big potential, and a lot of people accept the organic lifestyle, and they, especially this Corona pandemic, people willing to move out from the big city to the smaller society. So I see the potential. Yeah.
Miyoshi, I have two questions for you. One is, what can be done to get Japanese large companies on the bandwagon about organics, to really, to build a market, like we see in other first world countries.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any insight into that?
So let me say, yesterday actually I had a seminar, and I was talking about the organic market worldwide. And although the pandemic, so GDPs, all countries goes down, but the market of organic is raising like 2 times or 3 times. And what we see is the consumer trend is they want quality food and healthy food. And as you mentioned, that like a fermentation that helps your fundamental health, right? So because we don't know, we have no medicine yet, we don't have any good good solution for the COVID yet. So a lot of people really into how can I live healthier ever, So people like to buy the organic. And now big companies are seeking that. And also organic is not only for healthy, but for the environment and social issues. So a lot of, the people, especially in Japan, big companies trying to do something for SDGs. So I'm pretty sure that they will be attracted to get the organic into their business. And so what we should do, means that the people in the movement, I think we should support that kind of cooperation, the big companies, but also ask them to not go away, but stay in the center of to keep the integrity of the organic or sustainability. Otherwise, it will not meet the consumer needs.
Yeah, that's really important, isn't it? Yeah, is to really to educate the major companies on what organics are about and the real potential, not only for the health of people but also for the SDGs practices. Yeah.
Right, and also to speak to, I think the regenerative agriculture movement is also, I don't want to call it a movement, like they're very tangible mission is, I think, trying to say that, it's not about creating more pricey produce or unattainable, strategies. It's really saying, okay, well, how can we do this in an economical way that that is available for the greater population and not for the very few? And when exchanging conversation with large corporations, I think sometimes it's useful to get into their mindset and say, well, organic doesn't necessarily mean more cost. It could the spread of organic can actually be better product for better price. So if we can kind of create that sort of energy around it, perhaps the larger corporations and the government will be more inclined and move more quickly. So I'm trying to ideate these phrases that speak clearly and speaking the same language as those who can create big change.
Maybe I can add something. I think, thank you, Momoko. That's very interesting, and I agree that sustainability is kind of like a new market for those big corporations. They need to switch. They need to redefine their business model, and it should be for sustainability. And I think organic can be used. I think organic is a good tool, but if they use with same mentality, same business model, organic will drop all values of that. So that's I'll be careful, and people should be very careful talking to them. And once they understood and they're creating a new market, the new values for those people, organic could be good for decarbonization, good for the building community, good for their health, and that would be successful for all sectors, for business and community and people in the future.
Yeah, thank you guys very much. I wasn't aware of the 25% initiative that MAF kind of came through with following the announcement. I think that was in December from Suga and the national government. So that's a great sign, and I'm hoping, as you mentioned, one of the things I hear all the time is, are we going to get enough younger farmers, or not even young, but anyone, to come in and do the farming in Japan? And I do think there are some interesting options kind of for that. Maybe we'll get to it a little bit later on. But I wanted to pass it over to Professor Traversa now to speak a little bit more about the 2050 goal that was laid out for carbon neutrality in Japan. And I know he has a lot of interesting kind of experience in that realm. And if you could if you don't mind kind of speaking to some of what you're seeing and some promising initiatives from Japan in order to get us there.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, I attached what Miyoshi said. So in October, Suga created a sort of storm in all the industry, the Keidanren and the Japanese government, announcing that Japan will go to climate neutrality within 2050. This is, if you put this historically somehow, it's very, it was a real thunderstorm. So in the previous government with Abe, they always were talking about sustainable development goals. So they were talking about energy initiatives with hydrogen and many things. But when they were going to real things, nuclear was there, coal was there. So it was not really clear if the acts were following the words. And suddenly Suga announced that. So this was a main storm, especially in METI, the Ministry of Energy, Trade and Economy, Trade and Industry. This because basically METI was still defending nuclear, was still defending coal, especially. And suddenly they were told that you have to go to eliminate CO2 emissions within 2050. So it is, of course, you have to go to renewables if you want to renewable energies to go in this direction. And so this, as Miyoshi again said, not only in agriculture will generate many new things. So in December, the METI presented the green growth strategy. So they had to completely change. Also, the industries, the major companies have to change their mind for the future. They have to think in going green and going to this development. And if I can put this in a more historical, so you have to remember that before Fukushima, before 2011, Japan was going into nuclear energy. So nuclear was supposed to be the main energy powering Japan. And just before the accident in Fukushima, they were approved basically large numbers of new nuclear plants that they would bring around 30-40% of the total energy produced by nuclear. But that changed completely. So as I said before, in 2011, I was in Tsukuba, so I was here. So I lived the Fukushima accident, the earthquake, and especially the Fukushima accident, really on my skin. So I was touched personally by that. So if I moved from Japan, it was also because of this reason, because of the accident reasons. And my research was on renewable energies and sustainability. I fought with the management of MANA for having my group named the Nanomaterials for Sustainability. The first year they didn't allow me, but the second year I managed to get this name. I mean, it was Nanomaterials for Renewable Energy, but then it became sort of sustainability. Since I'm tackling these sort of problems from energy point of view, so also health point of view, I mean, always with materials, since many years, I mean, much before the Sustainable Development Goals were established by United Nations. So I was extremely excited when, after the Fukushima accident, basically Japan at the beginning decided to stop with nuclear energy. And but then they started to import LDG for producing, so fossil fuels. So the CO2 emission increased rapidly from 2011 to 2013, and then started to decrease again. So basically, I mean, the same Fukushima accident caused the same shock, let's say, in Germany. Germany decided to stop with nuclear energy, and they started with renewables. And now they produce 40% of electricity with renewable energy. Japan decided to stop, but then decided to start again. They never take a clear decision on which would be the energy of Japan. So the result is that now we are, I mean, last year, renewable energy reached almost 22% in Japan. So there's a very rapid increase in the in the recent years. And basically with 22%, they already reached the NDC target that Japan fixed for 2030. So for the moment, the targets for long-term and NDCs for 2030 and medium-term are still not ambitious, but the government is working on that, and it's promising to change energy mix and then to raise the ambition for CO2 emissions. This is a work in progress. And I can see that really there is a lot of change in the Japanese government and a lot of push in this direction. And so we are living exciting times for this. And I hope that with Japan will really be one of the leaders in the world in this fight. I have to remember that Italy is co-organizing the COP26 this year with UK. and it's this year is also has the presidency of G20, where climate issues are of primary concern. That's also an interesting time for me to work on this field in the Italian embassy in this moment. Thank you very much.
Enrico, I'd also just like to add that I am becoming more and more aware that there are people in Kasumi Gaseki, in the different ministries in Japan, that are developing networks to really to move forward so that they can actually create significant change. It takes time. It takes time. You know, in some ways, it's going to require a shift in the power structure with with the new generation, the younger generation. But within the Ministry of the Environment, at the highest levels, there are people that are very serious and about creating vital change. But the reality is in Japan is that big things take time.
You have also to educate people, because still people in Japan does not really have very environment conscious policies. But again, also in these, things are changing. For instance, very stupid matter, plastic bags in supermarkets and packaging in general in Japan. So now, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, everybody was using the plastic bags at the supermarkets. Now you pay for that, but I don't think that this is the reason. I think there's a more increase in awareness. And now I can see at the supermarket, majority of people has their own bags and put their stuff in their own bags, using again and again without using the plastic bags. So also, the behavior of people in Japan needs to change for being more environmental friendly, and I believe it is changing.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think that when it comes to education, going back to electricity, most people don't know that they usually have an option to choose which electricity company to use, but they just kind of go with the most common option. But that said, I think it was a couple months ago, there was a huge problem that arose from a market issue, a market and pricing issue with companies like Tokyo, natural energy and that sort of thing, where the prices rose like 100-fold, and customers were in a place where they were extremely taken aback suddenly when their bills were 100 times more than they were expecting. But I think the intention is good. The intention is good because they're trying to not add additional costs, and they're passing down the market rate. But when that market fluctuates so heavily, the consumer can be put in an extremely sensitive position. So I'm not sure what needs to change in Japan for that to stabilize or create more competition. I don't know what needs to happen, but first it's kind of education. Yes, you do have the right to choose your electricity company. And then second, how can consumers make that choice but feel comfortable with that choice and not have their electricity bills change fluctuate so heavily?
I think if I can just come in, there's various points that have been taken up, which really interest me. Picking up from the last one, educating the consumers, I think is so important, and a kind of seismic change, like the one that Enrico was mentioning. I fully agree with the plastic bags. It was such a simple change in a way, right? Just charging a few, yen, and then everybody all of a sudden goes to, their own bags and so on. I think that kind of thing is very important. And coming back to the issue of organics and how people can be involved to perhaps influence, I think it's really important that people speak up. And what I mean by this is not necessarily, marching down the Kasumi Gaseki area and with placards and all this, but even when you go to the supermarket, like I often do this. If there's something I don't like, I will tell someone, a worker or a manager or whoever, why is this like this, or why don't you have this product or something? And I noticed that they're kind of surprised when I say those things, But I think if more people spoke up, and that's where the private sector, I think, is very important, because when you talk to the supermarket, you talk to the private sector, which is selling those products for a profit, obviously, and they are connected to the distributors. The distributors are connected to the food suppliers or the growers or whatever. So there's a whole chain, and I think that consumers really in Japan and in other countries as well, but I think in Japan there's much more of a need for that. Consumers have to speak up about their wishes, and whether it's organic food, they'd like to have organic food which is not expensive, whatever. I mean, all of these things can be voiced out. And the more they're voiced out, I think the more people will take note, and the companies will take note as well. So I think this connection is extremely important.
I think because of the COVID situation, more and more people are thinking about their health. And this is really, it's a good opportunity to educate people about all of the chemicals that are in the food that are, scientific evidence shows that are this cause cancer, for example, as well as the oils that cause, inferior quality oils are, one of the major causes of primary illnesses now. So the timing is good. The timing is really good. Those of us in the media, this is the time for us to get the message out.
Yeah. I wanted to kind of touch on, so we've kind of talked about approaching this. We only have a few minutes left, but we're all kind of approaching this somewhat from different angles, which is necessary. And I kind of wanted to ask some of your thoughts, whoever wants to speak about, uniquely in Japan, if maybe more of a bottom-up approach is kind of the way to go, or if a top-down approach is necessary. Like Momoko and I have talked a little bit about this, and how in Japan, perhaps maybe more than other countries, cultures, societies, maybe top-down approach might end up being a more efficient way to go. But I'd kind of like to get your thoughts. You guys have all lived in Japan a lot longer than I have.
Chris,
and yeah.
I think it has to be approached from every direction that is possible. Right. Something we haven't talked about is the bottom-up approach. There are a lot of young people now in Japan that are living what I call a kind of an archaic future. They're adopting a lot of traditional values, and they're creating a new vision for rural livelihood. And we have to remember that agriculture is half of it is culture, and farming as a work is a very difficult job to do. But farming as a lifestyle is one of the most enriching and healthy lifestyles that one can have. So maybe others could also add about what approaches, what are the most expedient approaches that we can utilize to make the shift that Japan is needing now.
Maybe I agree that all dimension, and I believe there's no bottom and top anymore. It's just a kind of web of the relationship among us, and the diversity is a key. And I think for the sustainability also. And I think it's kind of conscious of how you see the world. Like you are different from other people, but also you are multi-faced, right? So you're a mom, or you're friends of someone, or you're a farmer, but you are also consumer. And I think those people, even in a huge corporation, they are people, and they are part of a society, part of consumers. So that's kind of a point of view is needed to take action. So I do talk to politicians, but I do talk to the farmers, I do talk to the consumers, and I'm just everybody, right? So I think it's important. It's not the bottom or top. I think it's from your dimension and every directions. That would be my answer.
I wish Miyoshi would be right, would be correct, but I mean, we have the example now, top down. Suga, the Prime Minister, said we need to go green, and everything was changed. The Keidanren is changed, METI is changed, the government is changed, the approach is changed. So, I mean, Japan is still, unfortunately, still very much top down, in my opinion.
I agree that point. And one thing, once Japanese very slow to change, but once it's changed, it's fast. They are organized.
I 100% agree. They're very, very slow to take a decision, but when a decision is taken, then everything is very fast.
And a lot of the power is in the hands of the housewives, of the bureaucrats. It's true. And so
that's very correct. That's very correct.
You might want to address that a little bit.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, this is just it, is that that especially in this day and age when there's just so much information, it needs to be broadcast from every different direction in order to reach people. And I think, again, since there is a strong momentum now towards educating people on SDGs, that this is a platform that can really be utilized more to talk more about organics, about healthy eating. This is, I think, something that, could be brought into the schools, for example.
Yeah. I feel like we're just starting to get the tip of the iceberg here. We'll have to have another session with all of us in person in Kyobashi at some point.
Sure.
Later this year. I would love that to kind of carry on the part two and 3 of this. So thank you guys so much for your time, for your contributions today, and with what you're doing in your professions and in your lives for the greater good. And it's been a pleasure hearing from you and speaking with you.
Thank you, Chris, for arranging this. And it's been a pleasure speaking with everyone. Let's do it again.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. Yeah.
Let's do it again.
Right.
Let's follow up.
Very much. Okay.
Beautiful.
Thanks so
Okay.
much.
Everyone, take care. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And to keep us going here, so that was the Japan session. Thanks very much for tuning into that. And we're going to turn it over now. I believe Singapore is next, and our good friend Adam Lyle will be hosting from Singapore. So I'll turn the stage over to you guys. Enjoy.
Right. Thanks, Chris. I just caught the back end of your session. Some great conversations there. Now, I'm just waiting for the rest of my team to join in. I'm not seeing them at the moment. Welcome, Mr. Lim Kok Tai, who's the CEO of Singapore Food Agency, Vandana Dal from the Accelerator Grow in Singapore, and Barbara Gopion, who is the global head Dole Ventures in Singapore. So our conversation over the next 45 minutes is about global food tech hubs and talking about the Singapore experience. Now, everybody here today, is obviously excited about Earth Day. We've been celebrating it in one way or another for the last 51 years. It's sort of surprising when I was thinking how long it has been going on for. And I think we've all enjoyed it in different ways. And certainly this year, I think, yet again, it's challenging us in many different ways. And those of you who have just come in for this session would realize that there's been, I think it's up to 5 sessions before us already, and there's another 15 or more as we work our way around the world. So we've just moved from Japan now into neighboring Singapore. But obviously a key part of anything to do with Earth Day and climate change is, of course, how are we dealing with food? And so that's why we believe what we're talking about this afternoon, of how we're developing food tech and agri-food tech hubs, how that we can do things better, produce more with less, produce different kinds of food, and at the same time make sure that we're hitting the right notes on nutrition, affordability, and at the same time providing people with what they need while also respecting the planet. So we're going to have a multivariate conversation, but I'm going to ask each of my panelists about their views on Earth Day and why it's important. But before I'll do that, I'm going to just introduce everybody a little bit more. So Kok Tai is the Chief Executive Officer of the Singapore Food Agency, and he took on that role back in April of 2019. It was a new statutory board created under the Ministry of Environment, Water and Resources, and it's all about overseeing food safety and food security. So Kok Tai and his agency really is the organization at the moment with all things food. It is a new agency. It was preceded by the AVA, which Kok Tai was also the CEO of since October of 2017. And the whole point of creating a new agency was to create one agency that handled all food matters in Singapore. Then Barbara, who actually I've luckily worked with previously when she was with Unilever. She set up Unilever Foundry here in Asia and helmed that for 5 years prior to moving to Dole last year. And Vandana, again, I've had the privilege to work with at Grow. She has a background both in finance as a banker for many years and is a qualified CPA. So interestingly, each of the people today, myself included, we all come from quite varied backgrounds, but we are passionate about all things agri and all things food and how we can make a difference. So with that introduction, if I could, Kok Tai, go to you first and ask you, why is Earth Day important to you, to your organization?
Hey, thanks, Adam. When you actually pointed out that the Earth Day has 51 years of history, that's very long. If you count backward, it actually started in the 1970s. Yeah, and I think over the years, it has made many great strides and progressed quite a lot. I think Earth Day is very significant because when we think about it, we don't think about today, we think about the future. We think about future generations, our children, our grandchildren, and their children, their grandchildren. Yeah, but what that then means is we have to make important decisions today, not just for ourselves, but bearing in mind how they will impact these future generations and how we leave behind something that's sustainable, that they will have and continue to live with it. Yeah. Thank you. Over back to you, Adam. Yeah.
Okay. Barbara, what does Earth Day mean to you?
Hi, Adam. Thank you for having me here. I'm super happy to be with you on that panel. I think, celebrating Earth Day serves as a conscious reminder how fragile is our planet and how it is important to protect it. I'm not only talking from my own point of view, but from my organization point of view as well. I mean, like you said, it's been 50 years since inceptions. Means we had 50 times the occasion to celebrate Earth. Now, if you look at the progress we have made, I think the road is still very, very long. So for me, Earth Day is also an opportunity to rally more people to climate change, fighting climate change. It's an opportunity to, pinpoint a day where we can raise awareness, educate our kids and the younger generation on the importance to fight climate change. So fighting climate change should not be only one day. It's of course every day, but I think today is the opportunity to get more people on board and more people aware of the importance of that mission.
No, and I think that's right. It's every day, but it's great that we have such a global initiative like Earth Day, and also this marathon that the Future Food Institute is organizing with the FAO to bring so many different organizations and individuals together around the world to get thoughts. And as you can see, it's all being recorded so people will have access to this and get the messages across. Vandana, for you, Earth Day, what resonates?
We have only one Earth, and it's such a pity that we only celebrate it one day in the year. But I think it's, for me personally, it's the decisions that we make every day, from choosing whether it's public transport that we take, or becoming vegan, or, sustainable clothes that we shop for, or sustainable companies that we invest in. I think it's the decision that we make every single day that is, more important than just a day's celebration. But for me and for my organization, I think today is a reminder that we just need to continue doing this every single day of the year.
Yeah, and I think that's very much the case. And certainly for me, I can't say I've celebrated the 51 of them, but I've been around for them all. And I suppose that's interesting in itself. It's really, for me personally, my sustainability journey most probably started 15 or so years ago when I saw An Inconvenient Truth, the movie. And that actually sort of resonated with me in a very big way. And I then started to get involved in that. And so it's become quite a sort of a personal mission. And again, the company that I co-founded, Padang, we're passionate about food and agri, and essentially, what can we do? How can we make an impact as we strike out to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals over the next 10 years or by 2030? And for me, what's really interesting, and it brings it to bear here, is that when you look at the 17 climate, the SDGs, if you look at food and we focus on food and agri, we really will go a very long way of achieving every one of the 17, because food touches them all when you think about it in so many different ways, from the obvious of alleviating hunger, through to gender diversity, through to sustainable consumption. It really is the one that, for me, is very front and center. And also, what I like about this day is it is trying to drive action. I think that's what we all want. We want to see action. And so let's get into it, because there has been a lot of action in Singapore over recent years. And I'm sure many of the viewers today would be aware that Singapore is not a big country, whether in landmass or population. Yet it's been making quite a few headlines in recent times. And this comes from a whole lot of factors. But I'd like to now sort of kick off and ask Kok Tai to give us a sense of, what has Singapore been doing? How has SFA and your other ministry colleagues and the government and general sort of policy and support, what have you been doing that's sort of driven Singapore to such prominence in becoming an emerging global agri-food hub? And then we'll move on and talk about some of the other aspects with the corporates and acceleration activities. So, sir, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Yeah, you're right. We are thinking about the food. So let me first give some context about Singapore. And thanks, Adam, for that introduction. We're actually a very small country. We don't have a lot of land. In fact, we are also and we also don't have a lot of energy as well as water. So if you look at Singapore, we import almost 90% of our food. When my former agency, the AVA, prior to the formation of SFA, look at the food security issues, and we look at the 90% import, we started to think about, what are the potential issues we may face. That prompted us back then to start looking at what are potential technologies that could solve the food security or food supply situation for a city-state like Singapore, without a lot of land, limited water and energy. So when we start to look at that, when we start to analyze this, we look at international reports, it became apparent that the demand for food globally is growing because, well, the population itself is growing, but the other factor is countries are becoming more affluent. The things they eat are also changing. So that's going to put pressure on the food production. On the other hand, food production, the way it is being done today, is facing certain risks and constraints because of extreme weather conditions, because of climate challenges. So back then, we started to look at some solutions, and we found something quite interesting. The technology in the space of growing food was evolving very fast. We started to see vertical indoor farms using LED lightings, using technology. And many of the companies that we saw back then were not just experimenting, but moving towards scale production. Even in aquaculture, we also see some closed containment solutions. So back then, AVA actually start to look for some sort of productivity fund and grant to help such companies to see where that technology can go with. And through that, we see very promising companies after the investment in the technology and the growth and the productivity yield. We found that through R&D, it is possible to actually grow food even in a country like Singapore. So with the formation of the SFA, as we look at the situation, food security, we thought that it is important for a country like us to think about how to find the food solution for Singapore, and the way to do it for us is through science and tech, through R&D, through working with the industry, getting them to look at new technology to do it. And in that process, we put together with NRF and the other A-Star, Singapore Food Story R&D grant. It comprises about 144 million, and we launched the grant sometime in 2019. And we have received many interesting and exciting proposals. We are at the final stage of evaluating them, and we should be able to identify which are the very promising one that they can get the grant called. So that 144 million for the R&D grant is actually something. If I share more about the R&D grant, the Singapore Food Story R&D grant actually comprises 3 themes. The first theme covers very much the food growing technology. How do you grow food? Not the open space type, but more for city-state with limited land, with water, and how to do it in a sustainable manner. So that's one part, one theme to it. The second theme covers a very interesting area. It's called novel food. Things like plant-based protein, things like cell-grown meat. So that one is actually something that we work with A-Star to launch it. That is something very exciting because it's very new. And of course, there's a third theme. What is food without safety? And from the SFA point of view, we also put in this theme, this grant call, to look at how else we can look in terms of food safety, how to raise the level of that. So that 144 million, we launched one grant call. We are going through a proposal. They should be coming back with some grant. So if you look at Singapore, right, we are interested in growing food locally, finding actually the solution to a city-state like Singapore. And so through the R&D, we are doing it. In fact, we set a goal or an aspiration for ourselves, 30 by 30, which is to produce 30% of our nutritional need by 2030. And as I mentioned earlier, for the solutions we are looking for the sustainable one. We are looking at those that are very efficient in the energy use, in the water use, and high yield in the limited land that we have. Yeah, so that's the journey that we are going, and we are not, like I said, the solution we look for are really those that are suited for urban situation.
Yeah, and I think it's certainly shown the importance of leadership in setting kind of moonshot goals, 30 by 30. Let's face it, when we're looking at 10% today to go to 30% by 2030, that's a hefty goal. And that's something that motivates people and gets people excited and interested. And certainly the funding that you're offering. Now, 144 million is a lot of money, but in the scheme of things, and when we're looking at what we're trying to do, it's not huge amounts of money, but it attracts interest both locally and also as people should know that Singapore is incredibly welcoming to overseas technology, and to, 7,000 companies have headquarters, in Singapore. And so it's a combination of the MNCs that are here and the vital and sort of dynamic startup ecosystem as well. So to that point, over to you, Barbara. Given that the government has taken such a great leadership role and putting things out there, where do you see the role of corporate collaboration? I mean, you've done a lot of that work both at Unilever days and now heading up Dole Ventures. The role of corporate collaboration in achieving these kinds of goals.
Yeah, I think corporates are extremely important, but as important, that's all the other players of the ecosystem. When you have the ambition to create a hub or a central place to deliver value to the community, I mean, you need to think in terms of ecosystem and how you can create a better connectivity between all the different players to ensure that you deliver value. People will come into your hub or will come into your ecosystem if they can find what they need to grow, whether they are an entrepreneur, whether they are a researcher, or whether they are a corporate. So I'm a strong believer of open collaboration between corporates, entrepreneurs, community builders, and I think it's crucial for Singapore to keep developing and opening the hub to corporates like us if we want innovation, flowing into our veins here in Singapore, despite of the small size. And I think the size doesn't matter. We can have a great place here to innovate and find entrepreneurs and new IPs and technology that will help us to solve our challenge. And we have to remember that corporates bring more than just a brief or a problem to solve. It's also, we are bringing expertise, we are bringing access to markets, we are bringing other partners. And I think it's really important for all the other corporates to know and recognize that they have an opportunity and a responsibility to be and to play a role in that hub.
Yeah, and just next Monday, actually, a very interesting corporate to corporate collaboration is opening up. Beulah and Givaudan are launching their plant-based protein site, which is fantastic. Seeing two such large corporations coming together in Singapore to create such opportunities, both for one another and also for the ecosystem, whether they be startups, SMEs, or scale-ups. And I think, again, I mean, people have been coming to Singapore for so long because it's an attractive place to do business. It's a great place to do business. There's a great deal of certainty. But perhaps, and we do focus a lot on startups, but we also know that startups aren't the solution to everything. We do need the MNCs who have the scale, but the excitement that startups bring, and I think we do talk about it. So, Vandana, sort of going to you, how do you see the role of, both accelerators and the startup ecosystem, and how is that contributing to the Singapore food story?
I think the credit goes to the Singapore government for having the foresight to create an ecosystem. And what makes it vibrant then is, the collective play with, the SFA, the ESG, corporate partners like Dole, and then having put in place accelerator program like GROW. We have a couple of other, food and ag specific accelerator programs. The idea being to, quickly bring in new and novel technology that could have an immediate impact in Singapore's food security story. But then Singapore also serves as a launching pad, right? So the ASEAN market is a huge opportunity. So startups find that landing in Singapore and launching into the region is an extremely, lucrative proposition now. The 30 by 30 grant supports a lot of those initiatives. We have very strong IP rights, which startups are looking for, a highly skilled talent pool as well. You mentioned the Givaudan Buller, setup. There's also the A-Star and Temasek Food Tech Innovation Center that's coming up. So all of this that kind of, accelerates the commercialization of promising food technology is all already established and available in Singapore. And as an accelerator, I think it makes our job very easy then to kind of, be a part of an ecosystem which has all its, sharps and pickles already together. I think being in Singapore has a whole lot of benefits in terms of the location of Singapore, but it's just that all of these pieces that are vital to an ecosystem have been perfectly placed in Singapore.
Yeah.
So we are seeing a lot of innovation coming out of Singapore, and it's really exciting to be, in the middle and the thick of all of that.
And maybe just a general question to whoever might like to comment. What else do we perhaps need to drive a successful hub? Are there other factors that we need?
Adam, Kok here, maybe I'll chip in on this one. I think, besides the R&D, the aspiration, Barbara talks about companies, then Vedana talks about the different pieces, the IPs and all that. One of my colleagues actually reminded me that it is also very important to have clear regulations, rules that people can look at, in particular on food safety. Actually, it is with that in mind that SFA, after we were formed, or in fact before we were formed, we were looking at the alternative protein space, whether it's the plant-based protein or the cell-grown culture meat protein. And we started to look at that and start thinking about how we can go about regulating the food safety in this space, because it is really new. And we took a look at the world. Different countries were thinking about it, but we don't see any model coming up. So we thought that as part of ecosystem development, it is important for us to take a shot at how to create such a regulatory framework. And you may look at Singapore as something that we approved the cell culture meat sometime late last year, but to be honest, it's a long journey. We don't do it overnight. We actually started about 2 to 3 years back. When we start thinking about this, we work with different agencies, especially the health-related one, to identify experts who can come in to advise us. And we sort of form a panel of such experts to help with us. So you all already heard about the Eat Just, which got their approval for the self-cultured chicken meat in Singapore. We don't do it alone. We actually work with Eat Just. They send us, the dossier. We work with them on some of the different areas, and actually Eat Just responsibly actually ran and do those studies, and show us the data. And together with the expert panel, we evaluated those data. This is only on those basis that we were confident that it is possible that we are able to sort of approve the safety of the Eat Just self-culture meat. And we are not just staying here, because with that experience, we actually crafted a novel food safety framework, and we put it on our website, and we actually welcome companies that are interested to operate in this novel food space to approach us and engage us early to talk about how we can go about concurrently work on the food safety aspect, even as these companies develop the production, the methodology, how to scale the production. It is also very important in our view that they also look at the food safety part, in which case our framework provides a guide about how they can go about doing it, and we are actually very happy to work with them so that they can get involved and work with us, not just for their innovation side, but actually at the food safety side, concurrently doing this, so that when they are ready to launch the product, they would also have the necessary data for us to evaluate their food safety.
Yeah, and I think that is a wonderful example of the collaboration between corporate and government and agencies in Singapore to have that early discussion, which in many other locales, you don't have that opportunity. You have to make the submission perhaps, whereas here it's very much sort of a kind of co-creation and getting direct feedback of what needs to be changed and turning food safety and regulations into a competitive advantage for Singapore. A lot of companies are now being attracted to Singapore. Let's face it, it was headline news early December last year, a world first. And there's a lot of background interest, obviously, on cultivated meat and plant-based protein. And so I think this has set Singapore up really well. I'm kind of wondering what might be next. That's trying to think what you might be thinking of in different regulations, but I guess we might have to ask that another day. Perhaps looking to the future. Vandana, you just closed or just launched your latest cohort of the accelerator. I know it was very successful, a lot of applications, and it's a great way. You get a terrific lens on how people are thinking. I was wondering if you could share with us some of the interesting tech that you saw coming through the accelerator, and perhaps is it giving you some idea of the future?
Okay, sure. So it's been an intense couple of weeks for us. So we received over 250 applications from almost about 60 countries, and we had the tough task of narrowing it down to 10 that finally made it to the cohort. Some very interesting trends, and maybe I can speak about two of them here. And if I was to use SDGs to provide a simple categorization, we are seeing increasing consumer-focused technologies. So there is a large percentage of applications that are positioned to address the SDG 12, which is the responsible consumption and production of food. And whether that is through development of novel foods and ingredients, or improving supply chain inefficiencies to reduce food waste and loss. And the second one that we've noticed is also an increased focus on water and ocean-related technologies. Now that's water purification and irrigation systems, or ocean-related solutions in alternate seafood and seaweed, which is based on the carbon capture systems. So some very interesting tech coming out of it. You'll be soon hearing about the ones that have made it to our cohort. It's been diverse both in terms of technology and geography, but if I were to pick an underlying trend, everyone seems to be focusing on sustainable solutions now.
And did that seem quite different to previous cohorts?
I think both in terms of the number of applications that came out, yes.
Oh, someone's got a dog in the background.
Me, sorry about that. And also diversity in geography. So this particular cohort, we've got startups all the way from Canada to the UK and even from Nigeria. So it's going to be very exciting to see, how Singapore is positioned to bring all of them in and then to help them scale their businesses.
Well, as you said before, I mean, it is this combination of being in an attractive environment with the regulations, a great place to land, and then, as I'm sort of fond of talking about, is sort of scaling up not only in Singapore, but across the region because we're so well located here. Sort of, again, switching back a little bit around corporates, Barbara, I mean, you work with a lot of large corporates, have represented. And we've discussed sometimes, is the innovation always going to be coming from the startups, or are we seeing more coming from the large companies? Because let's face it, the large companies have got the scale to make an impact and really get it out there, whereas we've got the small startups that are kind of the attackers at the edges of some of the big FMCG brands. I just wonder where you think that might be going. And also we're seeing even some of the big tech giants, the sort of Microsofts and the Googles of the world, starting to take a much more active interest in all things food, and to Vandana's point, sustainability in general. So where are the big companies playing in all of this and driving food innovation, do you think?
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think it's a great question, and my first answer is like innovation is going to come from everywhere.
Yeah.
It's not going to be either or, the big corporates or the small startups. Different skill set, different IPs, different objectives. What is important is to really understand that either or, nor the startup or the big corporate should be working alone. And what you're going to see is more and more collaboration. When you look at the big guys, everyone has his own accelerator, incubator, I mean, whatever the name we're using today, there is more and more collaboration between corporates and startups. So I think that's, for me, an important thing to note. We at Dole, and as I'm heading Dole Venture, I'm really looking at it from a partnership point of view. We are looking at developing more and more strategic partnerships and investment with startups around areas like access to food and waste around the world. We have recently launched our Sunshine for All fund, where we're committing to spend $2 million in the first year to collaborate and develop pilots with startups. But that doesn't mean that this money cannot also be spent with great projects with other corporates. So there is room for innovation for all the players in the ecosystem. And also innovation is going to be heavily pushed by consumers. They are asking for healthier products, greener products. So, you know, depending on what you're trying to tackling, sometimes the corporate is going to be more equipped to respond to their answers, while in other areas, its startup was going to be more agile to develop a new DTC solution to give access to food. So, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a mix. Certainly, we are going to see a lot of innovation from both sides of the coin.
And one of the things we've seen perhaps over the last 12 months is the inability to travel. And so I know in some people and some startups here in Singapore that were wanting to get out of Singapore because there were certain facilities, equipment that they needed that wasn't available. And what was interesting about that was that, well, I have to get the job done. And so in the classic sort of innovation way, or necessity, the mother of innovation, people started to develop workarounds, find different partnerships that they perhaps didn't realize were here. And I was just sort of intrigued just to hear from perhaps you and Vandana about, I mean, Vandana, normally you'd be bringing cohorts in and working with the startups. So in your accelerator, that wasn't possible. And, you know, Barbara, likewise, the crossover of people moving around. I'd be interested to know how that impacted you and what perhaps that says about the future. But maybe Vandana first. Oops, I think you've muted the dog.
Sorry. Okay, I'm back. So I think it did get us to take a step back and sort of, you know, rethink how we were going to continue supporting startups, despite the fact that we couldn't have them travel to Singapore, be, you know, participating in an in-person program. So we also were innovative in our thinking. And what we did deliver then was a completely virtual program, which was the Singapore Food Bowl. And which it was, you know, extremely appreciative of the partnership that we had with Dole in delivering that program. So the idea was to kind of continue being able to support the startups. So whether it was in providing them, you know, access to investors, or, you know, connections with corporates, or, you know, getting them to speak with mentors, all that was possible and we ran a completely virtual program. So although there was no travel, we did have to kind of tweak certain delivery aspects. The startups that had probably requirements to be on farm had to be channeled towards a different focus for the time till they can actually start traveling. So it didn't stop us, but I think what we were able to then deliver is a program that was more focused on Singapore's food security. We did get a lot of interest from the region, and so this year, despite the fact that the travel ban continues, we're going to go ahead with an ASEAN food bowl as well. And Barbara, looking at you for your continued support in that.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say is, I mean, from my point of view, the situation, and I'm not saying it was pleasant or it is pleasant, but I did meet a lot more people and a lot more startups. Yeah. And the last experience we had with a food bowl was, it was bam, bam, bam. I mean, there is no way you can overrun and it did bring some efficiencies, but also some people who usually would not participate to events because they are too far, they are in the US, etc., were actually made themselves available online. So I think it kind of shift a little bit the networks and really allow us to engage with people in a different way. And when it comes to pilots at Dole, I don't know how we managed to do that, but we are working with a company based in Singapore, Active-O, and it's a system that delivers clean waters and also save water when we are cleaning our fruits. And we needed a pilot to happen in the Philippines. It's a massive machine, like it's a machinery and the whole thing. We managed to send it to the Philippines, but the setup was a little bit of a nightmare, but we did through Zoom calls, guidance, okay, red button here, blue line here, etc. We managed to get the machine up and running with the founder here in Singapore and our team in the Philippines really following instructions step by step, like an IKEA box almost. So I mean, it's possible. It takes more time. We have to be organized, of course, but I don't think it has stopped anyone.
Yeah, Koktay, you were about to say?
If you don't mind, I just chip in. I mean, hearing Barbara and Vandana, I think is telling us that constraint is just something that drive innovations. With the restrictions, we will find ways. And it's the people's thinking, the way they imagine their ingenuity, they will overcome those constraints. So if you look at Singapore, yes, small country, limited resources, even labor is also limited, but those constraints drive innovation. And that's where, when we look at the 30 by 30 goal, that's where, when we look at the Singapore Food Story, the R&D grant, that's where we come in and say that, actually, despite the constraints, we want to work with companies. We want to work with different peoples from around the world to find the solution, the food solution for Singapore. And we want to do it in a very sustainable way. And obviously, we are not looking at going for self-sufficiency because we know that will not be done. That's not actually not doable, and we will still want to work with the world for the remaining 70% of our needs. Yeah. Back to you, Adam.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're sort of nearing the end of our time, but I guess if we next actually go to Turkey, where coincidentally I did the Climate Corps training with Al Gore many years ago, so that sort of connects to this in a nice way. And that actually was during some protests at Taksim Square, which I ended up being tear gassed 3 times in 2 days. So that is my memory of Climate Corps training. But on a focus, are there what do we think is next in terms of the big new opportunities? Just anyone who'd like to, where we see some of the formats might be different. We were talking about driven by consumers, it's sustainability. What are some of the other new things that we might be seeing over the next couple of years in food innovation that might be launching here in Singapore?
Well, maybe I can just mention that as we have launched our Dole Promise, we have made the commitment to bring more nutritious food to 1 billion people. That
Right.
means that we will be looking at novel foods, novel formats, new ingredients, less sugar, less fossil fuel-based plastic. So it's really a matter of understanding what problem we are trying to solve first, where are the priorities, because in any case, I'm sure we will find those solutions and we will have access to that. So just a little shout out to any person who is looking at it. Just log in on sunshineforall.com to apply if you have any great technology that you want to share with Dole.
Okay, well, Cocteau, if anyone was asking you for advice, other cities around the world, what would be the key piece of advice if they're wanting to develop a agri-food tech hub?
I think we're always happy to share, but throughout this conversation, we talk about the companies, we talk about the ecosystem, the startups, the accelerators, and the regulatory framework. We need them to be there. And as you hear from Barbara, the innovation, a lot of it are coming from coming from the startups. We do need to want to look at that space. The novel food is a very interesting and exciting area. And even as we look at that, I think it's also very important to think about the safety, the food safety aspect of this novel food. And like I said earlier, I welcome companies. If you have such an idea, work with us to talk about the food safety aspects and look at our novel food framework. We'll be happy to work with you.
Well, as we move on very shortly, there's the invitation from the CEO of the Singapore Food Agency. So please come, contact us, happy to share. And we all know that it is actually not about one food tech hub, it's about how we are all connected across the globe. And I think that's what we're seeing through the pandemic. If we couldn't see one another, we still could connect. So different hubs around the world will be specialists in different areas, and all sort of focusing on the ultimate aim of feeding the planet with affordable and nutritious food in a sustainable way. So thank you, Cocteau. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Vandana. And now I think I am handing over to Istanbul, or certainly to Turkey. So thank you all for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Launch next, yes. Launch next destination, Turkey.
Sara Roversi for the invitation and including us, and also thank you so much for the awesome people in the Future Food Institute, and also the FAO, who is organizing this massive event, the marathon, and including us in the Turkey session. So happy to be here. So I'll start off with introducing myself. I'm Semih Hakim. I'm the co-founder and CEO and a corporate innovation partner for the agri-food sector, and we'll be covering today about the Turkey and the ecosystem, and also the sustainability within this session. And with me today we have Dilek with us. She will be joining me, and we will be discussing the perceptions of sustainability and the future of food systems with the impact of the ever-changing effects within the food systems. So thank you again, and welcome, Dilek. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you, Semih.
So would you like to start off and introducing yourself? Welcome.
Of course. Thank you. I'm so happy and very excited to be here on the marathon, and I would like to thank Sarah Reversi and Future Food Institute and Food and Agricultural Organization, and as well as Joe Biden, of course, who's been in business as an entrepreneur and as a professional 30+ years. And I've been on the professional side for like 10 years, then 20 years in entrepreneurship, but always in civil society. I worked for women empowerment, for financial literacy and sustainability, and now Purpose Sustainable Ideas is helping clients, companies, corporates, NGOs, how to get on the sustainable path from now on.
Excellent. So, Dilek, we're gonna cover, quite big questions, quite tough questions, but we're gonna have, short and sweet versions of that. So, I want to start off with, asking your perception and your idea with this, ever-changing perceptions on sustainability, through the impact of, policymaking, through the impact of companies, and through the impact of ever-changing, perception regarding the consumers from the producers and the whole value chain. So how do you see this shift, this change within the world, and how do you see Turkey and the situation that we are in general regarding the sustainability?
Thank you, Semi. As the world looks forward to the post-pandemic next normal, environmental, social, and governance issues have become priority concerns for governments, businesses, investors, and consumers, of course. And these themes are likely to return to the top executives' agendas in business, in civil society, and the policymaking side as well. And on the occasion of the Earth Day, what I would like to emphasize is the need to eliminate emissions of greenhouse, change of perceptions for sustainability globally. It's very difficult to do. But business, especially multinational companies, are key players on this issue, as you know, with their supply chains all around the world. Some companies have already committed themselves to long-term reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. Others will be forced to act by customers, investors, and governments. And business leaders are already telling us that some of their biggest customers are warning that future contracts will be contingent on significant emission reductions.
Right.
Growing share of investment capital is also being channeled into the fight against climate change. And as you would remember, between 2012 and 2018, investment in assets with explicit sustainability goals grew by like 15% per year. And by 2018, such investments accounted for 11% of professionally managed assets globally. And more broadly, investors are increasingly concerned about the potential impact of climate-related risks across their portfolios.
Right.
Also, the policymakers are putting more pressure. Like the European Union, for example, appears ready to proceed with plans for a cross-border carbon tax, using the proceeds to fund sustainability initiatives within the bloc. And such policies mean companies are no longer shielded from environmental legislation by virtue of their location. Right. Any organization participating in global supply chains will need to cut its emissions. No way out. Like any train journey, the road to net zero involves several important steps. One, companies must understand their current carbon prints. Second, identify strategies to reduce and ultimately eliminate carbon emissions. Third, implement the necessary changes. These steps are straightforward, may contain some risks, such as falling demand or asset devaluation or regulatory shifts that would lead to cost increases. And many come out of business before they reach their net zero goals. But what I always emphasize is organizations, corporations should not let the scale of the challenge divert from their sustainability ambitions. On the contrary, big cuts in emissions can be achieved without large-scale value destruction. What's more, the climate transition will create historic opportunities for environmentally sustainable businesses to build new markets, reinvent all categories. And some companies like Unilever, for example, declared that in 2018, 2018 or 2019, its
Right.
sustainable living brands grew like 70% faster than the rest of its portfolio. And according to a McKinsey analysis, the reuse and recycling of plastics could drive profit pool growth of $60 billion for the chemical industry by 2030. So what else are we asking for?
Excellent. I think that's a brilliant answer. I mean, it's you pretty much explained how hands-on the companies should be, and that was my sort of like a follow-up version of it. And the companies are great players within this ecosystem, sustainable future. And your experience with the companies as well, while always on the civil society as well. But is there anything you would like to add, like how hands-on they should be? The carbon emissions for sure, but we're also talking about the changing the whole value chain. Turn it into more circular, more effective, more even exciting. Even talking about it even excites me to talking about this investments on the green technologies and green scalability within these businesses. So how hands-on the companies should be, do you think?
They should be hands-on at all times. And
Right.
they will need, companies will need the skills, processes, and the data to identify and implement efficiency improvements across their operations. And today, they're all short on these three things.
Right.
And it's not a very difficult task. It just has to be a collaboration and hands-on management and just focusing on that issue.
Excellent. So I want to divert back actually a bit to the smaller scale than the companies, and maybe we can talk a bit more on the entrepreneurship side of things. One of the great aspects is to always talking about the initiatives of entrepreneur. The taking that chance, that responsibility to changing the world through this novel products and services. And as we are in Kök Project, we're heavily involved with startups, especially in Turkey, but it's also across the emerging markets. So how do you see the effect of the entrepreneurship within that ever-changing, the need for sustainability for the future of food?
Entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship, is definitely will be the key to sustainable future.
Right.
Because to them, success means social impact. Especially a lot of startups are all about applying technology to areas like job security, health, education, safety, and to improve lives and livelihoods. Especially during the past year, a big number of startups, entrepreneurs, focusing particularly on the impacted economic shock delivered by the COVID-19. So I personally believe in them, and I personally spend good amount of time in helping them review their business models, refine their value propositions, and plan their customer distribution, whatever their the needs are. Right. And sustainable scalability and reach are the core of these entrepreneurs. Their focus is more support. Their focus is more like support to the vulnerable, the higher potential for impact on people's livelihoods. And when they're asked, "What does success mean for you?" When I ask them, "What does success mean for you?" many say their focus is to reach and help as many people as possible with their solution. So to them, success means social impact. And social entrepreneurs are driven by their missions bigger than themselves, and they dedicate their entire energy to support most vulnerable. And this energy and willingness to serve others is contagious. Those entrepreneurs are mostly tech for good. They're tech savvy innovators, and they scale their solutions and they try to bring the greatest good to the greatest number of people possible. And I very much believe in them.
That's awesome. I think that's one of the key things about it, because at the end of the day, where the change comes always from this dream of this idea of change and having more sustainable, more effective, and more impactful future. And as you mentioned, the social entrepreneurship is one of the key factors of that. But, it's hard to diverse the agri-food entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship time to time, because the impact of food, especially with the digitalization, the ever-changing, the technologies and the need for them just to use this, the scarce resources such as energy or water, etc., is becoming also a social impact factor. As this, some of the countries who have struggling with their food security and food safety, they're also struggling with their GDPs. There's a direct correlation within that. So it's heavily, it has a direct relationship with the social impact. So this entrepreneurship factor is absolutely, just exciting at the same time. So we're talking about, companies now and the connection with entrepreneurs. And that's why I actually wanted to, maybe just tad bit longer the question on that, because that's ever changing, never changed. This question was how involved the companies should be with the entrepreneurs and how involved they should be, especially on this, clean tech and green solutions, maybe developing corporate VCs or working together directly with those startups. How do you see that relationship with the corporate and startup angle with the impact of social impact or even with the climate change?
There's a huge correlation. They work they have to work hand in hand, and I also believe in companies should create their own entrepreneurs within their own environment.
For sure.
So companies, especially multinationals, are capable of doing that, and they are doing it. It started, but it has to be more and more. They have to create their little startups within the organization and help them empower.
For sure. I think that's one of the key things. I think that's the spirit of entrepreneurship, right? Not just having, maybe not just working with the startups, but it's also having this sort of corporate programs directly in relationship with those startups, not just sponsoring these sort of programs and events, but directly being in relationship with this, great game changers, if you will, to be in relationship with them and then maybe working with them. So, we covered companies, but is there anything you would like to add? I think
I just wanted to say that, when I say startups and I talked about the younger generation of entrepreneurship, because there's a different future. The generations Z are different, their DNA is different. So it's going to be, so I focus for the future. That's why I didn't talk about the old school entrepreneurship. Looking forward to, that's why I meant the startups and the social, the newcomers.
Fair enough. No, definitely. I personally quite excited the change will the Gen Z bring into the table, into the world. I just looking forward to that impact in a couple of years, and I think they're already having an impact as a generation. As I am a millennial and I've been, having this generational shift, and then I realizing how effective also will be the generation, Z, and I'm actually quite excited on that. But, we covered companies, we covered entrepreneurship, we talked a little bit about technologies, but there's also the aspect of NGOs, right? So, and you have a vast experience with the civil society, you worked with, various impact-focused, NGOs. You had many roles within that, within that sector, if you will. How do you see that, the roles of NGOs within that, the same topic? How would you explain that? How involved they are and how they should be? And you can even take that into account with the Turkey perspective as well.
Okay. Like you said, I've been involved with a lot of NGOs. When I say a lot, it's always around sustainability. It was focused around sustainability. And I'm a very lucky person. I had the opportunity of working on different aspects. I was the president of the Women Entrepreneurship Association of Turkey. I'm now the board member of WWF Turkey. And established the Financial Literacy Association of Turkey. and more. I work on the business NGOs as well. Civil society has a very important role in helping to tackle environmental, social, and governance issues. Having a strong NGO community with a clear mandate to engage civil society, businesses, and the public sector can help. However, NGOs may also face barriers, and they cannot pursue their missions from time to time.
Right.
And this is because of a lack of understanding about the role in civil society and public perception that the government alone is responsible for the well-being of its citizens and residents. But environmental NGOs can play a crucial role, I said, and we have to really help them stay around and understand their crucial role in helping to plug gaps by conducting research to facilitate policy development, building institutional capacity, and facilitating independent dialogue with civil society to help people live more sustainable lifestyles and just do more.
Right, of course.
And while some of the barriers are beginning to be lifted, there are still many areas which require for reform and support in order to assist NGOs, just for them to conduct what their missions are.
Fair enough, for sure.
Yeah, in these areas, like the need for like legal framework work is needed. For the NGOs to be recognized and to enable them to access more diverse funding sources, engaged NGOs in policy development, in implementation issues. So this has to be really well understood within the countries. There are also an increasing interest in civil society, like I said, in environmental issues, but this interest is leading to a need for more independent research, communication, and grassroots outreach. NGOs can play a very significant role in leading and promoting such initiatives, but the ability of NGOs to provide an independent view is crucial to build trust within the issues and to help the behavioral change, cultural change within the communities. NGOs are very important.
It's just excellent answer. I mean, absolutely. And I know that you also have a lot of experience. As you mentioned, you led woman-focused, impact NGOs as well. And the woman population within the agriculture, especially across the globe. I mean, we cannot think of an agricultural sector without the women producers and women-led agricultural businesses. How would you see the impact of this, change, especially on the gender equality, since you also have an experience on that as well? Is there anything you would like to share on that as well?
Yes, of course. Without women, agribusiness would not go any further. That's one thing that has to be understood. And chance very scarce for them. So education, financially enabling them, and technology are important. When you put them together, they cannot really help, but they can just succeed tremendously.
That's just excellent. Absolutely, I 100% agree. I think that's, as it's also mentioned a lot at the, Sustainable Development Goals, as, it's heavily in line with, not just gender equality, but overall the agricultural sector. I think it was around, more than 60% were actually women within these, agribusinesses, as you mentioned. And it's a highly important topic. And the questions that we asked, like where this is actually coming from and how I can change the impact of it. This, goes way down to the point of food sourcing and food security as well. So when we're talking about this, raising awareness, and I know you're also quite in gastronomy and also have interest in agriculture way, so especially on the wine production, etc. And me personally, I used to be a chef. I'm quite involved with agri-food. In my entire life, I'm obsessed with food for sure. So how do you see the example of raising awareness for the gastronomy to have this impact for people to understand how important where the food coming from and what we are eating, etc.?
From now on, everything has to be transparent. The traceability is the most important issue in gastronomy, in textiles, in whatever we do. So we have to be able to trace where our resources are coming from and how the production was handled, how are the social issues within that industry. So these are the very important issues, and creating awareness is just very important, and we have to put that in communication area. Anything that you do and that you can show the transparency, the traceability of your product, supply chain, or whatever you're producing, it will be creating awareness on consumer, because like we said, Generation Z will be very is around and is within. Now they're earning their money and they're on the spending side at the same time. And for them to be working and earning their money and spending on the products that they choose to spend, where do they choose to spend, is very important. And so as long as we create this awareness through correct communication, sustainable communication with the right messages to the right consumer, as long as we create this awareness, things are much easier. Things are much easier for the for any product, or in fashion, in any industry, it's important. So the communication issue
I think that's one of the key things about the future of food. It's more traceable. We're talking about, of course, the big words with the big impact, as we're talking about with the sustainability. The using the resources more scarcely, more sustainable way, and more in control, and what we're doing, and using the science and mathematics and the digital, with the support of digital transformation. But at the end, it really comes down to the traceability, as you mentioned. We want to know where this is coming from, how it's being produced, and are we actually making the right choice to do that, that purchase, etc. And as you mentioned, I think that's a great way to say that, is like, if you do something wrong, you have that social media. That's the the cause and reaction. Like that's just quite instant. And
they punish you at that moment. They punish you.
Exactly. They'll cancel you, basically. So I think that's just brilliant in a way, and I think that just creates the platforms to that needs a change, maybe for the last 50 years or even hundreds or even more, to coming down to the fact that we got to be we have to take the action and for change. So that's just excellent way to put it. So before we go, is there anything you would like to like that?
I'll be around to do everything that I can to spread sustainability, put them in everybody's, any corporation, any person's DNA.
For sure. It's absolutely my pleasure. Like, it's definitely, I think that's also good, and it's not just becoming this, idea of having, green solutions and green tech as the cool thing to do, but it's also a must, and it needs to be part of the DNA, the part of the solution, and the part of this whole products and services. And I think that's really exciting. And one of the key takes, from our conversation today is that everybody has a role. It's no one's job, is actually everyone's job. If you're in a company, if you're an NGO, if you're a startup, or if you're just an aspiring entrepreneur, and you're a student and you want to change the world and you need the tools, it has a role on this change. And I think that's also an exciting future, because we need to take the initiative and be the change that we want to see in the world as the saying goes. So it's a great pleasure to being with you, and I would like to finish off with thanking again Sara Roversi for inviting this event and as part of the marathon, and we're happy to be here. So thank you so much for everyone to listening and joining in, and we'll pass the torch to the the next awesome speakers. So thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Thank you. Have a great year.
And here we are. Thank you so much. From Turkey now, we are flying up north, because we are going in Iceland. And I'm super excited because today, together with the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, and our team, our network of the Future Food Institute that is everywhere in the world, our alumni, our climate shapers, our partners, supporters, ambassadors, we are really connecting the globe. And now we are landing in a country that we love so much, where we have amazing friends, and where we have been organizing one of our boot camp to train food and climate shapers on climate smart oceans. So today, with Gunnar, Ingi, all our friends in Iceland, we're going to talk about the connection between the health of the oceans, energy, and the power of education to preserve the planet. So welcome on board, friends, partners, ambassadors from Iceland. You are more than welcome to join me on stage. And let's say, I think that today we are really blessed, because we have the chance to hear so many different voices from the global food system, voices of people that are really not only talking about sustainability, but implementing sustainability in the daily life, in strategies, with innovation, in schools, in farms, in all the different sectors of the industry. Now, in this session, of course, we're gonna be up north, but at the end, we are gonna connect with Antarctica. So it's gonna be exciting to be connected up north and down south, because we're going to talk anyway about the critical issues that are touching everyone in the globe. We started this morning very, very, very early, because it was 5 a.m. here in Italy, but we were connected with Australia. We started talking about the big paradoxes of the global food system. And then from Australia, where we have been talking about the power of chef, we have been talking about the food waste and loss issue. We have been talking about food for earth and food for health that are strictly connected, because we cannot live healthy in a sick world. And then from Australia, we flew all around Asia, meeting professors, young innovators, and great voices, very inspiring voices from Indonesia, from China, from Japan. Also, the Secretary General of FAO was with us, and we were really glad to understand which are the priorities. This year is going to be a very, very important year, because the United Nations announced that we need to tackle not only the climate crisis, the social crisis, and the health crisis, but the food issue. Food System Summit, the United Nations Food System Summit, is going to take place at the beginning in Rome in July and at the end of the process in New York in September. And for the first time, the entire world is going to be connected, being very focused and understanding how we can reboot the food system. So I think that this day is giving us the opportunity really to listen which are the major challenges we are facing, but also which are the solutions we can implement in our food system and in our daily life. So if our friends from Iceland are ready, we are ready to start. Okay, here we are. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, Sarah.
I'm so glad to see you. I wish I could be there with you.
Yeah, do you know what? This is the first day of summer in Iceland. So,
Okay, also here the weather is not very good, but anyway.
No, or the first day of disappointment, as many also referred to. So, because you are always waiting for the Icelandic summer.
That's great. So I'm gonna leave the stage to you, Gunnar. The floor is yours, and take us in Iceland.
So wonderful to see you, Sarah, once again. This event has been as inspiring as always. I've been following. I do have with me.
Happy Earth Day to everyone.
So these two kids are part of a course in the Folk High School in Flateyri, which I'm fortunate enough to be teaching it this week. So these cool kids came to the in the Westfjords to spend time with us and try to make it better. And they truly are, and they truly have. Society here has taken a lot of hits in the last 30 years, but groups of young people like these that are now now they're actually super worried that the bubbles they were blowing are not environmentally friendly, but I hope they are. But anyways, we have a short presentation ready, which is here. Is my screen present? Oh. Day of 2021, which is the Food for Earth Marathon. We are honored and privileged to be a part of it every day or every year. The Westfjords of Iceland are just me, Gunnar Ólafsson, who is curious and have a lot of great friends. We have the young leaders of the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow they will be probably, doing something else than leading. Catherine Chambers, who is one of my favorite friends in the Westfjords. He's a marine social scientist. And Ingibjörg Sigurðsson, who is the chairman of the board of LD Aqua and a dear friend of ours. Djúpið is where I come from, for those of you who haven't visited yet. It's a non-profit innovation shelter in the Westfjords. You can look us up at djúpið.net. It does give support to innovators and entrepreneurs in the area and wider. It provides networking opportunities for young people, which is quite important. We were lucky enough that, well, lucky and unlucky, that for the past months, the earth has been shaking and reminding us that we are but nothing. That in front of a wall of fire like this, we will stand united, and we are trying to figure out how to tackle this. 13 small craters opened up in the Reykjanes Peninsula on Iceland, and it has been an amazing show to follow. Absolutely amazing. Ingi's home in Hafnarfjörður has been shaking for months. It has been always fun to hear the volcanic news from that dear family. The media provided this by our friend Haukur, who's a great helper of Djúpið. And it has been magical. It is now our newest tourist hotspot in all senses of that. Quite amazing to see. In Iceland, we are here. The legislations are being cleared up for the macroalgae industry, which is important for the ocean health. It's important for marine innovation in the for us in the island territories. We have nationwide initiative towards electric fishing fleets, which is a necessary thing to do. We have geothermal energy that we can utilize to produce greener energy, and having the fishing fleet, which is a great polluter, having them electric will be quite substantial in the race to adjust to the changes. My groundbreaking research in marine biology, which Catherine has like her touches on every research in the Western area. Expansion of the Blue Economy Innovation Hubs, both here nationally and internationally. We're seeing like spots like the Ocean Cluster in Reykjavik reaching over to other countries and affecting a broader audience. We have new hope because of all these things. The innovation hubs prove their worth nationwide for local consequences. We have more government initiatives toward rural knowledge clusters, and that is wonderful. It is helping the marine rural areas to adjust. The rise of social innovation, that's not just a COVID thing, but it is the result of the communities focusing forward. And I'm not going to bore you with more of these and switch back to here. So this is all that I had, an extremely short and short followed presentation of how we're doing and why. I've been inspired in the last years by the female leaders, especially after moving here to the Westfjords. I've been inspired by our friend Catherine, who is leading research in the University Center. So it would be an excellent addition if you could. Do you have a presentation, or if you could tell us a little bit about your work so we can discuss from there?
Yes, I do. Finished it not too long ago, but hopefully there's no typos on it. So do you see the presentation?
No, not yet. So one of the interesting research that I was supremely fascinated with was the behavioral research that's ongoing. How mapping of both migratory fish and stationary fish, how that is going. That's been like fascinating for me because the fishing industry, to my knowledge, has been utilizing data from now. They're not necessarily projecting where it will be in 10 or 15 years. And therefore, these both genome and behavioral research is extremely important. That's been quite interesting to witness and be a part of.
Yeah, I think, that's the thing in Iceland. Like, of course, there was, I think, it was at the end of the Cod Wars, there was a famous sort of politician that said, well, sort of, what do you expect? Like, this is a rock in the middle of the ocean surrounded by fish. Fish will always be an important part of not just Icelandic culture, but economy and daily life, international cooperation, and, the whole scale. Can you see my PowerPoint now?
No.
Okay, well then it's secret and nobody gets to see it.
Okay.
So yeah, what I wanted to talk about was just sort of like my background, which was like my take on things as an interdisciplinary researcher, really to sort of think about this like broader picture of how everything, works together. And in fisheries, we talk about sustainable fisheries, and it's often, so much about the biology, which is of course an important aspect. And I think in Iceland, we do a great job just like asking the right research questions and really focusing, on the things we need to focus on in the ocean. But every country, has got knowledge gaps. And I think that shows, just this, we always need to be thinking of the next research questions and thinking about, how things change in the ocean and what biologically, what biological questions we need to ask. But we also can't forget that, you know, we have these 3 pillars of sustainability. Ecology is one. We have economy, so we need, you know, viable economic activities at sea. People need to be making enough, you know, money, and these things need to support sort of local livelihoods. And then we also have the 3rd bubble or pillar, which is equity. And this is the thing that I'm most sort of like, as mostly a social scientist, I'd say, that's what I'm interested in the most. And so these are things like cultural identity, accessibility to natural resources, and local empowerment. And these are some of the things that often get left out when we talk about sustainable fisheries. And so this is my sort of, you know, both academic interest and I think also personal interest, is thinking about just also like understanding the social aspects of the way that humans interact with the ocean, but also how scientists like myself can be better represented in the sort of larger picture of fisheries management. And this is why I guess a lot of folks watching have probably seen recent documentaries that talk about the problems of capture fisheries and commercial fisheries in the ocean. And for people like myself, there's a lot of misinformation and things missing in these kinds of documentaries, because we can't just say all commercial fisheries are bad, stop eating fish. What we need to do is really take a critical, you know, look at this and say, what are the bad aspects about some of the things we're doing at sea? I mean, let's be honest, you know, we do need to manage ourselves and create rules and transparent sort of governance processes. But we also need to, I think, at the same time, sort of identify and also go so far as to celebrate the good things about the ways humans interact with the ocean. And that's why it'll be really great for everybody to hear Ingibjörn after my talk, because he's one of these people, and Gunnar as well, who are interacting with the ocean. And yes, you know, it is an economic activity, it's a job, but it's also so much more than that. And you can see with these different actors, you know, that there is this sort of want to protect the future, to think about the future, to protect the next generation, to make, you know, sort of viable opportunities that really are ecologically, economically, and sort of socially sustainable. So the project that I'm working on right now, for the most part, is a Horizon 2020 project called Just North. And we're looking at justice and equity systems in the North. And we're looking at small-scale fisheries in Iceland and sort of thinking about these issues of justice and equity. Who gets to access the marine resources? We have a bunch of them all over the island. Whose right is it to access these resources? And I'm not just talking about fish. It's seaweed, and it's wild seaweed or growing seaweed. It's shellfish, wild shellfish or growing shellfish, and all the other sort of extremely diverse, you know, resources that we have at sea. How do we think about ways that we can really enact justice, sort of just and equitable access to these resources that benefit the sort of local communities as well that are so close to the resources? I'm pointing out my window because if you could see out my window, you would see the ocean, but it's right there, I promise. So I'm building on previous work, having lived in Iceland now for many years, and sort of moving into the next steps are taking these ideas of justice and equity and applying them to the SDGs. Of course, we see all this wonderful sort of material in the SDGs for researchers like myself to say, okay, how would we measure this? And how can we look at my specific, you know, interests, small-scale fisheries in Iceland? And how can I say, okay, here's an SDG that we need to look at. Here's something we need to measure. So all these indicators through the SDGs are something that we'll be developing sort of in the lens of Icelandic small-scale fisheries in the next year. And then I wanted to switch, just sort of wrap it up here with my experience working at the university center here. So we're a small university, and connections like Gunnar and Djupið and Ingibjörn are so important. And so I think what we realize is, you know, this is a small educational, you know, center out in the countryside. We're in the very northwest corner of Iceland. But it's not that we're lacking ideas, you know, it's not that we're lacking even willpower, but the things that we need are these connections. We need the network of people. And we also need the support for people like Gunnar, like our students, who are great thinkers, you know, great visionaries and great scientists. And so what I'm really interested in is this sort of next generation of researchers, of students who are taking interdisciplinary studies like the ones that we offer here at the University Center. There's one called Coastal and Marine Management and another called Coastal Communities and Regional Development. And these are very interdisciplinary. The way I was talking about sustainable fisheries, this is very much, these programs are also, you know, a little bit of economics, a little bit of anthropology, a little bit of planning, a little bit of business, a little bit of all the different natural sciences. And we really see this as like the way forward, I think, for very many sort of like career opportunities in the future, is the way that these students, you know, come here to Ísafjörður and are inspired, you know, by all the future opportunities that we hope exist and that we want to exist and that I think will exist in marine resources in Iceland. So that's all I have.
Amazing. Do you think, Catherine, that, like you talked about the ownership and the equity in the smaller fisheries and the need to create a more sustainable model for them, can it be designed to be not only sustainable but regenerative, because we already are seeing stocks in danger?
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, so some of this I think is like the key, like the playing of language, you know, so it's like we have had the word sustainability for a long time, and then it gets kind of trickled down into everyday speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I first moved to Iceland 13 years ago, the word for sustainability was not like even decided upon, and it was like, you know, but now you see it everywhere. And I think it's, you know, even in English and in many languages around the world, it's like, okay, we use the word sustainability and we all think we know what it means. Then you have resilience. Okay, we think that we know it's part of, you know, so not to accuse you of using buzzwords, but yes, I think is sort of the next iterative or iteration of this same sort of idea, which is that we're trying to be good humans. And I think we can be, and we are. But there are some things we need to work on. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that's the idea with this equity, especially. So what I'm interested in is the next generation. So this is regenerative for social, you know, groups. So like, what are the opportunities, you know, not just that one person can pass a fishing license or the fishing knowledge onto one other person, but maybe 3 people, and those 3 people in the next generation onto those. And, you know, it's not about growing or exponential growth, but it's more about equitable opportunities. So there will always be humans who will access marine resources. You know, that's who we are. The ocean is who we are, many of us. And so how can we ensure that these humans who are so intimately linked with the ocean and deserve to be, how do we make sure that they can be?
Exactly.
Excellent.
So what have you been up to since the last broadcasting gig? Where is the seafood innovation industry going?
Yeah, we'll find out soon, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will say I have a little presentation, and then please stop me if it takes too long. So, but nevertheless, here it is. So, and share. Is it working right now? Hello. Gunnar, do you hear me?
Yes, there it is.
Okay, excellent. I don't see you anymore, so yeah. So please interact with me if something is off. So yeah, thanks, Catherine, and thanks, Gunnar, for the opportunity to be here with us, with you guys. So yeah, as should I put it in presentation mode, or like to see it like?
Yeah, I think that probably it's good enough as is, but it would be even better in presentation mode.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm learning. So yeah, as Gunnar mentioned, we have a company called LT Aqua, and we are planning on seaweed farming in the west coast of Iceland. So if we think of the world, here you can see how the kelp or how seaweed grows throughout the world, and we need to think about this area that are blue, light blue or dark blue, as in the same manner as we are thinking about the Amazon rainforest, because in a way they are sequencing so much carbon, and there's so much life in this area that are in the blues in this picture. The fact is, around 83% of global carbon emission sequencing happens in the sea, but we don't really see seaweed, or at least most of it. I can see it like right here, if you can see the pictures on the ocean. We as a planet, we need to start to recognize both the importance of seaweed and as well the endless opportunities for seaweed in our world. Both, yeah, especially through the three pillars that Catherine mentioned earlier. So in a red perspective, if we just do 10% of the ocean to farm seaweed, we can safely store about 40 gigatons of carbon dioxide per year. That is exactly the same amount as that we emit on an annual basis. So here we can see the beautiful westwards. In the world, we have 11,000 species of seaweed. Here in Iceland, we are mostly just 6 species. But the 6 species is like they are so important for the life in the oceans and as well life in the sea, because it's a birthing place for the fishing stocks. Yeah, so in a way, seaweed farming is nothing new, and it has been done for thousands of years, especially in Asia. But it's rather new in our end of the world, because we have abundance of in the ocean. So, like our friends in Faroe Islands have already 50 hectares of seaweed garden lying out in the ocean and are harvesting them right now. In Norway, there's 180 companies farming or working in the farming sector in Norway. In Iceland, we are almost the first one to have the ambition to do it commercially, at least. So what is seaweed farming? Seaweed farming can happen here you can see the overview. We have the offshore farming. It is like deep in the ocean. We can have co-location for wind farm. We are thinking about the co-location with the agriculture companies, can clean up. And we have also nearshore agriculture, or nearshore seaweed farming. And what we are thinking about is IMTA, that is integrated multi-tropic agriculture, that can also harvest the shellfish. And as well, we have onshore growth, and we have a lot of research being done in that band this year. So, and this is how we see the future. It is ecology. It is like ecosystems of living biomass and living creatures. And the one thing that is interesting to seaweed farming is not only carbon neutral, it is also enrich the environment in the sea, and what the seaweed farming is offsetting is just is oxygen. So here can we see our old hatchery, I believe, and in the tanks the seedling is setting on lines that we will put in the ocean. The market for seaweed is growing very rapidly, and both because of the health rating of the health craving customer, but it's also because we are looking for new proteins, and protein and seaweed is rich in proteins. And here can you see the kelp volume machine. It's about how we can utilize kelp. We can utilize it in food. We can use it in fertilizer. We can use it in animal feed. We can even make charcoal food. We can add it to beverage, like Gunnar has been doing. And it's even in the textile cosmetics industry. And I think all of us has already heard about the seaweed as a biodegradable plast. Yeah, so, and here are some of the products that have been made. Here are the forecasts I was referring to. For the European market, it is a up to $10 billion market, and it is increasing in this matter. So here is a landscape of companies in the seaweed sector worldwide, and our future is regenerative, and I think seaweed farming can be part in that. And Katrin talked about the SDGs, and it falls in almost every sector of the SDGs. And I will just invite you now to join the seaweed revolution. So, and I will stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Ingi. This is interesting because seaweed research in Iceland has been mainly focused on like a more low-tech industry. So it's very interesting to venture into that. And we've gotten like great assistance and a wealth of data from the University Center and Katrin.
Yeah, I cannot. I don't know how to stop sharing the screen, but I agree with you. This is like it is like under-researched opportunity all over the world, in my mind at least.
So, social sciences, how would you, as a social scientist, Katrin, where would you look into the heritage of seaweed in Iceland? Because it was mostly forgotten, bar maybe two products or two.
Yeah. I think this is so interesting because, it's in the old, there's the collection of the Íslenskar sjávarhættir, like the old books, and there's all this information. And I think somehow it just got lost, over time. And people said, oh, yeah, I guess we used to put seaweed in soup or, and what you realize is, I think seaweed got lost in the sort of cod is God in Iceland. It's just like you have this fish, it's so super important, and this is our marine connection, is this fish. And I think but it's so true that there are so many stories and so much history of local use of seaweed. And now that it's growing again, literally, haha, get it? Yes, made a seaweed grow. Yes. I think what we see is, it's not going back to the past. It's a new sort of human nature relationship. And so that's why somebody like me is so excited. Like it's a new industry, but it also creates a new sort of understanding of like, what is this thing out at sea and how do we, how do folks in Iceland think about it? And how is that different from people in other nations who might also be seaweed farmers? So I think there's a lot, and then of course it goes into the sort of food, like how do people think about it? What do they put it in? What do they use it in the taste? Like, is it just seaweed is sushi and that's that? And so that's some of the research that we're doing right now. We did a nationwide survey trying to think about sort of how people in Iceland think about seaweed and what might be some sort of food opportunities for the future.
This is amazing stuff. I'm so happy to have gotten you guys to be here with us. It's always a pleasure. I'm fortunate enough that most of the days I can talk to Katrin and steal coffee. And I will meet you, Ingi, next week, which I'm looking forward to. Oh, there is Sarah. Hello,
Yes,
Sarah.
Sarah, the almighty Sarah.
So nice to see you, Sarah.
I'm back. I'm here since 5 a.m. So I'm always here.
Wow.
Yeah. Still a long way to the end. Thank you so much. Actually, you have been touching very hot topics because now with Seaspiracy, everybody's talking about the sustainability of the oceans and sustainable fishing and how crucial is the health of the oceans for the health of humanity. People don't understand what's this strict connection with oceans and maybe people that are far away from the oceans. And so I think it's really crucial to spread knowledge about that. Also relevant sources of knowledge, because sometimes knowledge is influenced by many different souls and many different interests. So I think that is important to keep going. And thank you, Catherine, for the work you're doing. Thank you, Ingi, for everything, and Gunnar. Thank you for bringing us in your classroom. What you're doing is such an important thing, inspiring youth, next generations, the ones that are going to take care of the planet in the future. So it's been really great to be with you in Iceland. Now, first of all, I want to come and visit you pretty soon and be there again with the next boot camp to train climate shapers about climate smart oceans. And we want to welcome on stage another friend from Concordia Research Center in Antarctica. Also with Antarctica, we've been deeply connected, and we tried to connect the dots with the different part of the world. And now we would love to hear the voice of a scientist that is studying what's the impact of what we're doing, of our lifestyle, of our consumption methodology on the planet. So we can share the message that we just received from Antarctica.
I'm Marco Buttu speaking from the Antarctic Plateau. This is the most extreme place on Earth. And now the temperature is minus 60 Celsius degrees, and it will drop down very soon because in 2 weeks the sun will disappear. We'll have a night longer than 3 months. And it's extreme not only because of the darkness, but also because of the temperature. It will drop down to minus 80 Celsius degrees. And I'm here together with a crew of 12 people. And we are the most isolated people on Earth, together with 13 people of the Russian base of Vostok. And we are living in the Concordia base. Now I'll show you. The Concordia base is a scientific base managed from the Italian Antarctic Research Program and the French Polar Institute. We are here to perform scientific research to the Earth, to the cosmos, to the atmosphere. And we'll stay here completely isolated from the rest of the world until November. And so take care of the planet, because when will we be back to normal world, we want to see everything as we left it.
Really, thank you so much. I think that receiving this kind of messages from people that are studying daily what's the impact of our action on the environment is absolutely crucial. And it's actually, I'm pretty fascinated and blessed that we had the chance to hear the voice from people that are really on the ground, talking and working on all of those relevant issues. So now we have to go on with our marathon that is touching every spot in the world, and we keep going on with this run. Is a long run. We did up north, and then we went down, and now is the time to fly in another world. And I would love to talk about the entire planet, how we should take care of the planet, and overall, how the entire planet is interconnected. So we decided to invite many friends that are helping us to understand the complexity of the world. Talking about the approach to integral ecology, something that inside the Laudato Si of Pope Francis, we can learn in a very tangible and practical way. And to do that, after speaking with scientists like Marco Buttu or like Catherine, now I would love to invite on stage with me Father Josh from the Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development at the Vatican to share his message.
And best wishes from the Vatican Dicastery for Promoting Integral Human Development. I'm Father Josh Trungkuritudum, the coordinator of the section on ecology at the Dicastery. Congratulations for organizing this important meeting on food security. They say the first city of humanity was Jericho, that was founded nearly 12,000 years ago because the Holocene, the interglacial epoch began. We had the ideal climate, the sea level was stable, and agriculture was possible. Food security was possible, and people began to settle down, and we have had the great civilizations of humanity. Now, unfortunately, that security of the climate, of the agriculture is threatened today. And food security is a problem. And we need to work to ensure food security for all. I was always impressed that Jesus, to continue his presence amongst us, chose the form of the Eucharist, which is sitting together, eating together. When we eat together, we form a community. Laudato Si speaks of earth as our common home. And if we live in a common home, we are in a common family. And we cannot permit that so many millions of our brothers and sisters who are members of our common family go to bed hungry. They do not have food security. Please allow me to conclude with the words of a very famous Jesuit theologian, Samuel Ryan, who said, "Without bread and without bread for all, can we really celebrate the Eucharist?" And I want to repeat this question. Without food security, without food for all, can we truly be a common family that lives together in our common home? Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you so much, Father Josh, for your message. Today, we really had the chance to hear all the different voices, and I think that something that we are finding in every message is a very universal rule. It's the golden rule, the sense of reciprocity, the need of being all united under the complexity of our era, but also being all united, trying to implement a new kind of mindset, a new way of living that is inspired to, say, from the regenerative model, and something that is implementing a circular way of living, respecting the planet, respecting the earth, respecting the others, and treating them like we want to be treated. Thank you so much, Father Josh. And you have been talking about the earth. Now we want to talk about biodiversity, crops, and say our seeds, that is the origin of life. So I want to involve here, and I want to hear the message from the executive director of Crop Trust, Stefan Schmitz.
I'm Stefan Schmitz, the executive director of the Crop Trust. Thank you for joining me here today. More than half of global GDP, so $42 trillion US, depends on high-functioning biodiversity. And more than a fifth of countries worldwide are at risk from ecosystem collapse as biodiversity declines. These figures are staggering. At the Crop Trust, when we talk about our mission, certain words arise frequently. Biodiversity is one such word, of course. One part of agricultural biodiversity, crop diversity, is our reason for being. Food security is another frequently used phrase, as is conservation. The conservation of crop diversity is crucial for food security. Another word that we use a lot is forever. Our mission is to safeguard crop diversity to support food security for everyone, forever. Against the real state of our natural environment with so much destruction, loss, and insecurity, the word forever seems a whimsical concept. But forever is another word for sustainable. And isn't it the concept of sustainability that brings us together, what we are all striving for? The Crop Trust is laying the foundations for conserving crop diversity in perpetuity by raising an endowment that will support key collection of crop diversity in gene banks forever. And there is another forever. When biodiversity is lost, it is lost forever. Food plants are among the biodiversity being destroyed in this ongoing global crisis. 40% of plant species are facing extinction. That includes the wild relatives of important crops. This loss is massive and irreversible. When we lose this biodiversity, we lose options. We lose resilience. We lose potential. We lose solutions. Crop wild relatives might have the genes to help crops adapt to climate change or to new pests and diseases for new tastes, colors, and textures. The causes of biodiversity loss are complex and many, and the threats are constantly evolving. And for how long will there be threats to diversity? Forever. To plan for forever is bold. It takes courage and vision. Yet forever is a common goal that unites everyone at this conference. We are not fighting to save biodiversity for 1 decade or even 1 century. We need to conserve it forever. Conservation is not passive. A commitment to conservation is a commitment to action. No doubt many of us have lists of critical ongoing work, and all of us are operating in an environment characterized by the short term, project funding, policies, market trends, in an environment that is inherently unpredictable, insecure, and unsettled, which is precisely why we at the Crop Trust keep our thoughts on forever. It is why forever is built into our very structure with our endowment fund and our commitments to funding in perpetuity. Biodiversity is priceless. Yet our short-term world persists in squandering it. When we destroy biodiversity, we are gambling away our options for the future. It is time to decide if we will continue to gamble with our future or if we are willing to invest in it, because the actions we take today will last forever. Thanks you for listening. Be well.
Thank you so much. It's super relevant to talk about biodiversity, to protect biodiversity. And now we have another guest, Juan Lucas Restrengo, Director General of the Alliance of Biodiversity International and the International Center for Tropical Agriculture. Please share the stage with us. The message is coming. We're talking about such a critical issue, biodiversity. Today is something that we have been tackling in many different countries. Overall, here we are, some technical issues on sharing his message, unfortunately. Let's see if it's going to be back, because we really would love to hear the message from our friends. The topic of biodiversity for us is one of the most critical one. Let's see if he's coming back. Okay, probably we can go on with the next session. No, the audio is not working, unfortunately. No problem. We are going to share it later. We have still a very, very, very long way to do. We just, well, we're not even at the halfway in our marathon. We started at 5 a.m. in the morning. We still have many, many hours to share with you. So I think we can jump in the next session. Here we are. And now we're going to start to talk about something that touches us very closely. We are going back in a different country because we're going to have friends from Italy talking in this session. And see you in a minute, because we have to connect in the other chat room.